Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome to Bassmaster Live and our live presentation coverage of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite on the Sabine River. This is Orange, Texas, and the Sabine River is the easternmost major river in the state of Texas. 10 anglers are in competition today. They fished the full field of 103 through the first 2 days, 50 on day number 3, semifinal Saturday. Today we are down to the 10. It is a very vast and complex fishery, Mark Zona, with a lot of problems to solve. These guys, you know, to their credit, they have gotten through it. They have found a way. It's not the conventional way. This place is different from any place we visit. I think it's going to be fascinating.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a really critical first 2 hours of fishing. If you really look at the damage that your leader has done, Brock Mosley, this week, the vast majority of what he has weighed in has come in the first 2 hours. And if you were watching FS1 yesterday, it was a catch fest, really, for everybody in the top 10, but Brock Mosley absolutely blew their doors out early yesterday morning.
He took over the lead after day number 2, and it has been the Brock Mosley story throughout the course of this tournament. But now we look at the lead he has fashioned out for himself today. He started yesterday with a less than 1 pound lead. He tripled that lead, and now he's expanding on it again. Bear in mind, though, he's expanded it greatly at the start of yesterday, and it was eaten into during the course of the day. There's really no telling what could happen here. The power of a single big fish here is very, very important. What's going through the minds of the leader and the rest of our 10 today. Before takeoff, well, we heard from them.
You know, just as far as, you know, catching fish, you know, if it's meant to be, we'll catch some better quality ones and put it close to this deal. But as far as getting bites, you know, I feel confident. Been getting a lot of bites. We just gotta catch the right ones today. So I'm not gonna feel comfortable until I get to 11 or 12 pounds because, you know, there are big ones here and anybody can catch one. So hey, we put ourselves in position. Let's just see if we can close it out.
Good morning, guys. Championship Sunday, top 10, my very first one. Feels incredible to be here, man. However, today shakes out, and I leave the chips on the table, and it's just going to be how it is. But I'm going to fish my heart out. You all know that, and I'm going to go until my fingers are bleeding and I can't cast no more. So. Just going to give it all we got, man, and hopefully come out with the win. It's a little bit of a deficit to make the climb, but anything's possible, man. Just got to keep it positive.
Man, we're going to go do the same thing. Hopefully we get, you know, fortunate. There's some big ones swimming around, so we're just going to enjoy the day and see what happens. We're going to move around a lot more, but at the end of the day, we're here. We can only move up, so it should be fun.
Under Schryock, Maddie Wong and our leader, Brock Mosley, there right before takeoff. That was about an hour ago. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders. So great to have Mark Zona in studio with us this time around. Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukon along as well. And Mark Zona, it's all about Brock Mosley. But I don't want to say these 10 are desperate men, but they're desperate for one thing, and that's to get their first win with the Elite Series. That's
all 10 of them.
All 10 of them. That's a really unique situation.
And if you really put that into perspective, you look at a guy like Clark Wendlandt, who has held so many Angler of the Year titles, whether it's been on the Bassmaster Elite Series, other organizations. It is so hard to win a blue trophy on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Brock Mosley, I hate to say this, he has been the bridesmaid. 5 different times he has taken second place. Here's the benefit of what Brock Mosley has: a great morning bite. But the problem Brock Mosley has, he has a slew of anglers within a cast of him.
And Ronnie Moore, it's the biggest place. That's the rule of thumb. The bigger the place, the smaller it fishes. That's certainly been the case for the most part during this event.
Yeah, and that's created a lot of drama on the Sabine River. When we walked in this morning before takeoff happened, Tommy, I said to you, this feels like a day Brock Mosley could catch a 5-pound limit and still win, or he could catch 11 pounds and somehow lose this event. Looking at the numbers, 28 bags this week over 10 pounds. It's roughly 10% of our bags this week. It's been a slim pickings for 10-pound bags, but that's what he's already forced them to have to do with a 7-pound bag in his live well right now. They have to at least catch 10 if they want to win today.
Yesterday, the first 2 hours were out of sight. Just incredible fish catching. Can't wait to get out there and start taking a look at what's going on out there. Quick, over and under. It's not an over and under, it's an either or. Brock Mosley or the field? Mark Zona, which one?
Well, it's low-hanging fruit, man. Give me Brock Mosley.
Okay, Ronnie.
I'm going with Brock. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders, but he seems like another man on a mission this week.
I'd kind of be crazy not to go with Brock as well, but you never know. We always
We're
use
supposed
that
to
for
remain
these
unbiased, though.
We
this
are
morning.
unbiased.
We are
here.
extremely biased in
Hey,
this
we can be
tournament.
objective and unbiased, so we'll just say that.
Someone's going to get their first trophy today. That's the one certainty we have.
Exactly. Let's take a look at our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, and this is a monster. Orange, Texas. You can go about 120 miles up the Sabine River, or do you want to go all the way through the intercoastal towards Houston? Really gamble and go about 2 hours west? Well, if you did that in this tournament, you're probably not fishing with us here on Championship Sunday. Here's the main thing to know about this tournament, what's been different this time around. 6 out of your top 10 anglers are fishing within 2 miles of our takeoff in Orange, Texas. We've got 4 anglers running the Taylor's Bayou. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Well, we have had a great tournament
We've
here.
had a time.
It's always the toughest test of the year, but it always seems to be one of the most compelling tournaments of the year. It started out 4 days ago, and a Michigan angler, Chad Pitkins, put down what still stands as the biggest limit of the tournament, 14 pounds and 7 ounces.
Exactly right, Chad Pitkins. He has been plagued by this fishery, making it to Championship Sunday, making his first check here. But really, the story is this little 100-yard stretch that Brock Mosley has been fishing every single morning. 2 years ago when we fished the Sabine River, he was making that massive run, said he is not going to risk it, stay close, getting a lot of bites. In fact, getting his biggest bites yesterday.
That 4-pound, 10-ouncer really blew this thing wide open. At that point, he opened up a 10-pound lead over the rest of the field. It did not stand all day.
Exactly right, doing all of his damage early in the morning with a top water bait. And the amazing thing, as tough as this fishery is, and again, it is all relative, he is getting a lot of bites and a lot of quality bites. Sticking to a game plan, he's had the same game plan every day. Start near takeoff, then go to Taylor's Bayou. And we're going to give you a look at that hot spot here in a second. Great week for Brock Mosley so far.
Absolutely. In his 8th year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, again, he finished 2nd the last time the Elites were here back in 2021. Really heartbreaking disappointment for him, but he's ready to change that history. He's ready to rewrite his profile for sure.
His 2 closest pursuers, Keith Poche and Clark Wendlandt, are not going to be inside of him today. Maddie Wong started 4th, Matt Robertson 5th, 7th for Kenta Kimura, and 10th for Hunter Schryock. So he's keeping an eye on half the top 10, just not his closest pursuers.
As you can see by the light, this was earlier.
Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. Yeah, boy. All of a sudden, my Papa Heart's going.
Bass have to be 12 inches in length to qualify to go into the live well and be part of a limit.
Limits haven't been the hardest thing this week, Tommy, but getting a limit above 7.5 pounds is the key this week.
Brock Mosley and Maddie Wong fishing the east side of Orange Harbor Island can kind of give away their exact location now. And that 100-yard stretch, there was, Such threw a number out. Crazy amount of fish caught there yesterday morning.
60 pounds out of there.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Oh yeah, she's 12 inches all day. First Championship Sunday keeper. All right, we're on the board, folks. We're on the board. We ain't blanking.
Maddie Wong in his 2nd year, the angler from Hawaii, first top 10 ever, so his biggest event so far.
A pound.
We do have 2 anglers who have never made a top 10 that are in our field today.
Good one. Nope, got him foul hooked though. Keeper nonetheless.
Keeper number 2 for Brock Mosley, and right across the river, Hunter Schryock, who did most of his damage there yesterday morning as well.
Just a pound.
It's number 1. Oh. All right, we're gonna put a call tag on him. I don't think we have to measure him, do we? I think he's good.
Keeper number 1 for Hunter Schryock, and the benefit of this area compared to years past where the guys were catching on the flatter banks around takeoff, there is a lot of deep water. This is where the barge traffic comes through into Orange, Texas, so you have a lot of deep water access leading to where these guys are catching them very shallow, different from years past.
Fast start today for Hunter Schryock as well. Got very close to that trophy a few events back at Lake Murray in South Carolina, and hooked up again Brock Mosley.
Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. Yes!
Oh boy. Slow down, Brock.
I just had a feeling about the spinnerbait. I ain't gonna set spinnerbait. Omaha, Omaha! Not yet. Let me catch a 4-pounder, maybe. It's on national TV. Come on.
What a start.
Oof. What he was wanting for sure. With that peace of mind that comes with putting him in the boat early and often. Off to a great start on the quest for his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory. The angler from Collinsville, Mississippi, Brock Mosley, former Mississippi State competitor, Maddie Wong, Hunter Schryock, Keith Poche, also one of the big factors in the background, though, certainly of concern to Brock Mosley and everyone else. Matt Robertson
yeah, exactly.
Fished his way all the way into the top 10 from about 20th place yesterday, so he has got some momentum going as well. We'll check in with all 10 through the course of this morning. We'll take a quick break and be right back here to the Sabine.
The Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
I'm Brock Mosley. I'm from Collinsville, Mississippi. I'm a Bassmaster Elite Series pro. I did that playing ball. You know, I was blessed to grow up with a group of guys that was very, very talented. And in my eyes, I wasn't near as talented as those guys. I had to work extra hard. I think my high school won 15 or 16 state championships in baseball. But we also took it to the football field. You know, that same group of guys, we played football. We had an undefeated regular season my senior year. I've taken that same mindset in everything I've done. You know, my fishing career, I've always had to work hard and put my time in, and you can't sit back and let things come to you. You kind of have to go out there and go get it. Yeah, one thing that really helped me fishing and growing up here, playing sports, working hard, and fundamentals, no matter what it is.
Brock Mosley, pretty appropriate. A guy with a work ethic like that is leading this tournament here, which, unlike many of our other tournaments, you have to work hard. You have to be a little fortunate, but you got to work hard and dig to get ahead here.
Brock, one of the nicest guys in the Bassmaster Elite Series, but he was known. He will give you some high cheese and chin music if you step in his lane. Going to get back on the water with Brock right now. Good dude looking for his first victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series and off to a great start here on Championship Sunday.
That one just straight up just sharked it.
Old
straight
school.
up just sharked it.
Top water popper.
Wasn't no
I know Ronnie's got a
explosion,
pic of that.
Came up and
Brock just kind of on autopilot this morning. It's exactly what he did yesterday. Steady fish catching Maddie Wong. Taking the same route.
That's bigger than that other one. A good one. Yes. Oh.
Whoa.
Careful.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, I promise.
Absolutely need a slow motion, man.
It's a beautiful one.
Yes, it is.
Oh, man. Okay, doing the right thing. Doing the right thing. I'm gonna take another cast while I'm right here.
golly, that was a big one. Got it that time. Big one. I don't know if that's the same fish. I don't know if that's the same one that rolled on it first time. Well, I'm about to. Give me time, son.
You getting requests from the gallery now?
Huh?
So you getting requests from the gallery?
That's
Good bite
over
right there on this top water popper. That is a old. That is so great. Missed it. Goodbye. That is so good. Boy, not exploding on it, but just getting it.
the only angler who has increased his weight.
Which is very rare here.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Very rare.
That's definitely one of the keys to his great standing right now. Every day.
That's why you go back through this thing. That's why you go back through this thing. That's for all my boys in Hawaii. Gee. And all the boys back in California.
Yes. Fish for Maddie Wong.
And these fish catches are, while guys like Kyle Welcher, Keith Poche,
Feeling the flow.
Clark Wendlandt are still running to their areas.
You can't let a broken fish break your heart. If you dwell on that, that'll eat you up. It will put you in the wrong set for the rest of your morning. So remember, trust your instincts and just grind, baby. That's all you can do.
No magical place. You always feel like there's something better. That one will take a ride. Let's go. There you go. Show the fish to the camera.
You mentioned it, Tommy. Brock Mosley's increased his weight every day, not just by ounces, though. Sometimes we see similar weight. He's increased it by almost 1.5 pounds every day, 9.15 up to 11.7. That's a 1.8 improvement. And then he went up 1.7 yesterday with 12.14, biggest bag of day 3.
Gotta take my time.
Hard to do.
Fish a little slower and drag it on out there.
Schryock having a great year. 8th place, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Look at Matt Robertson, Tidal, Kentucky.
Yeah, Matt Robertson actually threatened to go saltwater fishing today with his Bassmaster live camera, and he was dead.
Time.
Serious.
Oh, what?
He was really going to do that. He wanted to go tuna fishing out in the Gulf, but he didn't know how to do it. He was actually asking for bait.
Thank goodness. Exactly.
Matt on the board today. Again, a big day for him yesterday.
Good one. Good one. Good one. Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. Yes, sir.
Getting both sets of trebles is a good thing.
Yeah. Security blanket.
Yeah.
Keep it together, son. Keep it together.
Is on his way, Brock Mosley. Start he wanted. Yesterday that start included a big one, a giant for this body of water.
It was not a unicorn. It was a Sasquatch.
It was a Sasquatch. It was possibly mythical, but certainly was real when they got to the weigh-in. The weigh-in's a long way off, though, today. That's something to keep on your mind. Look at Brock Mosley's lead. Tripled his lead from yesterday, has expanded on it today. It's still the power of a giant. One of those big unicorns, so to speak, could come up and change the whole landscape.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Dakota Lithium.
Good Sunday morning to you. We love Sundays here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That means their championship Sunday. It's all on the line today. There will be a newly crowned winner, someone who's never won before on the Bassmaster Elite Series at the end of this day. There's a look at our... Well, among most of the leaders are in there right now. Brock
6 of
Mosley,
10.
6 of 10, yeah. Brock Mosley has expanded his lead, which he tripled after yesterday.
Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. It looked way bigger than that. It looked way bigger than that, didn't it?
Marine Weather Watch. That's today's 91 degrees, just the same as it's been all 4 days of this tournament.
All 4 days.
Just perfect weather. A little bit warm, but that's very seasonable for this area of the country.
Boy, big hats off to the crowd in Orange, Texas. Huge crowd yesterday, big concert last night. Actually, Brock Mosley was at the concert.
Was he?
Absolutely.
No.
Yes, he was.
You do what you can.
Said he'd only drink water, though.
Well, he'd have been the only one from what I've heard.
On track.
No doubt about it. We were wondering if this little spot, this little, call it 100 yards, not even 100 yards, would play yet again. And this was Brock Mosley's entire game plan all the way from Wednesday night. He said, I'm going to start close and then make my way to Taylor's Bayou. And other thing that he said was, I am getting a lot of bites close. And the one thing that you have seen happen, transpire through this tournament with his topwater bait, his average size bass since day one in this area has definitely gone up. The other key deal with this, very vertical bank, very close to deep water, not very flat like we've seen around our takeoff in years past. Well, the Power Pole replay of the day is just going to be Brock Mosley's morning yet again. Brock Mosley definitely in the driver's seat, and going to be interesting to see how long he stays. Yesterday he stayed in the spot till about 11 o'clock. Then he pulled the plug. It'll be interesting to see what Brock Mosley decides to do. That's your Power Pole replay of the day. One of the biggest tournaments in Brock Mosley's life right now.
When he made that move yesterday, it didn't reap any benefits of upgrades, and so he may end up sticking it out of here. It's the winner go home spot.
You know, the mornings kind of started out the same way as it has the last few mornings. You know, I was able to get a limit pretty quick. A couple nice keepers, solid keepers, you know, start out with a good, solid limit. I didn't get quite as many bites as I've been getting, but, you know, 4th day of competition, you know, guys pounding on it all week. That's kind of to be expected. You know, like Maddie never left there yesterday all day, so at least we were able to, you know, get a couple solid keepers. You know, I feel pretty good about it, you know. I wish I could catch 2 more solid fish and, you know, kind of get a little more comfortable, but, you know, we're going to keep fishing. You know, I'm not going to get comfortable until I have, you know, 11 or 12 pounds, and then they would need the biggest bag of the week to catch me. You know, that's the way I think about it. Try not to do the whole math thing, you know, as far as how much they need to catch me and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, the main thing is we didn't blow it. We got, you know, really, we got a solid limit for the Sabine River, you know. Now we just need a couple more 2-pounders or better fish, and I was hoping it was going to stay cloudy all day, but looks like the weatherman missed again. But we're just gonna keep plugging away. I don't know if we're gonna go anywhere as far as running. You know, if I was struggling, I thought about running up to Natchez to a spot, but it's kind of hard to make a long run when you with this much on the line. You know, you don't want to fish scared, but you don't want to be stupid at the same time.
And that's a limit. That's a limit, folks. Oh, yes. Let me just double check. Double, triple check with me. Oh yeah, 13 all day limit. Yes. Okay, now I can breathe. Now I can chill a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You know, kind. Hang out, smoke kind, and we could just cruise back. Now we just go have fun for the rest of the day, dude. Oh my gosh. Now we're just gonna feel so relaxed. The rest of this day is just gonna go smooth sailing. Oh. Sailing and sailing, sailing and sailing, boy. We catch the bass and we know it's plenty. We down here in Sabine Orange City. We try to catch the bass all day, but we broke one off. But it's okay, say. Sailing and sailing, sailing and sailing. Whew. Oh, that feels so good.
You'll be here all week, folks. Actually, he's been here all week.
What is happening? What is happening? Seriously,
it's just some
what's going on?
Bonus entertainment,
I guess.
extra content for you.
I heard tomorrow he's getting on a flight to go back to Hollywood to record that for his record label.
I don't know if I'm live or not. I don't care, but I'd like to think I'd be the first person on Bassmaster to ever make a freestyle song about a fishery on the spot after catching a limit. So I'll just leave that there. You guys can chew on that, or tell me that like maybe Matt Robinson dropped some like sick rhymes, but I highly doubt that.
We'll see if that one catches on.
Let's head over to Kennakamura, please.
Okay. There he is.
The Sandman.
That's it. It's our guy.
Yep.
I think I got one.
There you go. Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw one sustaining this. Yes. Keeper. Just a keeper. Alright. Caught him on jaggle bait.
Look at that bait right there.
Just about a pound.
Good stuff from cameraman Jake Latondras all week long with Kennakamura.
Mm-hmm. Leave that on the floor in the dark house and scare some folks.
Ken's on the board now. It's good.
Freaking good in.
Good morning, folks. That's a Sabine River chunk. Gosh, they're getting it. That's a chunk. Cool. Guys, you see this? That's a call hole. Stop. Get these clips. Look, he's fine. You don't have to pierce him. We gotta stop with that stuff.
Okay.
Tears them fish up.
Good
Too
one
much.
right there for Hunter Schryock. It has been a TIME here within a mile of our takeoff in Orange, Texas. But why don't we get to
Spread our wings.
Change of scenery.
Take a
There
timeout.
we
Get with Kyle Welcher, leading angler of the year in points right now, has had a big season up in Hildebrand Bayou.
Just for scale, those last two fish we saw, Kent, Hunter, are bigger than ever.
Yeah,
Those are
absolutely.
good ones here. That's just so you know the scale we're dealing with here. Kyle ahead of yesterday's schedule with that fish right there.
Tough day, though,
Man,
for
really?
Kyle Welcher yesterday.
Did not see that coming.
No.
When you flip in there and them reeds go shake to shaking, you just hold on. Because he's coming.
Yeah, one of the young anglers, really high profile. He's going places. He'll win one of these days.
Yes, he will.
Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Well, there he is. There he sits in the top position. Came here trailing Brandon Cobb. Brandon Cobb having a rough go of it here on the Sabine and connected waterways. So Kyle Welcher sits on top and John Cox in third place.
Scary name in 10th place right now, Jay Shakira, as we head north for our northern swing. Jay Shakira will make big moves the next three events, so keep your eye on him.
He was the marquee player last year. He wrapped up the season up there with a bang on the state of New York by catching 100 pounds of smallmouth. We got a largemouth to deal with today, and we'll be right back. Home to iconic wins for Secretariat, Seattle Slough, and American Pharaoh. The most famous final furlong in the history of racing is coming to Fox. Don't miss the 155th running of the Belmont Stakes. Coverage begins Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox.
Tommy, last time, who did you have for that?
It's got National Treasure I'm looking at. The winner of the Preakness, as a matter of fact.
I like that.
And long shot, Red Route 1. Red Route 1.
Red Route
20 to 1.
Okay.
20 to 1.
Wow. Do your homework.
Check it out. Yeah, I'm the leading tout in the room here. Will Davis Jr. in our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. Always a bunch of impressive names on there. Will a winner this year. Joey Cifuentes a winner this year. Bryant Smith of California. Great rookie coming from out of there. Toya Fujita showed us some flashes of brilliance during the course of this season. Cooper Gallant waiting for the rest of this season to head up north. The Canadian in there as well. Logan Latuso. We kind of expected more from Logan at this event, but didn't quite turn out that way.
And we mentioned it yesterday. We didn't have a rookie in our camera coverage in the top 10 going into day 3, but we do have one.
Got one today.
Going into day 4. We got to see Alex on day 2 of this event. Had a downturn in success. Yesterday picked it back up in a big way. Had a key, I believe, 3.5 pounder that Such mentioned yesterday during the broadcast. Helped anchor his bag.
Alex Wetherill from Connecticut.
Over 10 pounds on days 1 and 3. Said he might have been a little freaked out with the camera in his boat for the first time in his career and fished a little too fast on day 2.
Oh, well, that's all history now.
Yep, 13.
We can move forward.
Started this tournament in the Natchez River in about 45 minutes, pulled the plug, and has spent all of his time in Taylor's Bayou since then.
$15 ounces. First one in the boat.
Alex really comfortable with the frog.
10-4. All right.
He's got one dialed in that he likes. The buzzbait
Have
was
a
a big
nice
deal on
shady
day
spot
number
here,
1.
Brian.
Yes. Wielded by that man, Chad Pipkins, on the
That
right.
should be awesome. A little one. A long little one.
Now he's
At
converted.
least he did what he's supposed to do. I feel like if I get around some big ones, they might bite. I don't think that's a keeper, but I'll throw him on there because he's long and skinny. Kind of like me. Oh, he is a keeper. He's long and skinny. He's 12 1/4. It's another 10 ouncer. Again, I only caught 5 yesterday, 5 the day before, with missing a few, so we'll put them in the live well. And we'll catch a 5-pounder. We'll feed this one to it. It's a gray area. I don't know if it's in the rules or not, feeding your keepers to your other keepers. We're gonna have to talk with Lisa about that. Because I think the one I caught the first day could certainly eat this one. That's the lightest one I've had. Doesn't quite make 12 ounces, but it's a keeper. There's guys that would have caught this fish the other day that had 2 or 3, 4 fish. They could have used it, so. We can be greedy after we have 5, but never be greedy while you're trying to catch your limit. That's one thing I know, and I've learned from experience, because I had a tournament where I caught like 21 out in Erie the day before and culled 3, 4, 17, 18-pound bags. I get out the next day. 1 day later, nothing has changed. Rushing the first fish in. It's like 2.5, 3 pounds by the boat.
Wendlandt hooked up for his first one of the day. Keeps. Looks to be one.
I think he keeps. I've changed it just a little bit. I've been catching everything flipping because it's been so still, but today, measuring, make sure. I think he's a 13-incher. Yeah.
He is.
Number 1.
Always dangerous, being in the top 10, one of the best shallow water anglers ever
But
to
it's a
fish
start.
professional bass tournaments.
And double digits 2 out of the 3 days so far. Strong tournament.
Really thought that this tournament could be won on a Hildebrand Bayou, but the problem is Hildebrand Bayou
Caught a
has
few on
gotten
spinnerbait on the first
throttled
day.
this week. Really fishing close by is Kyle Welcher.
But you know, it was a little different that first day. It had a little bit more, not much, but a little bit of breeze, and you just need something. When it's really still and the sun's out, it doesn't feel like they're going to bite a moving bait. So. She ain't much, but we will take her. Whatever. We need some 30-pounders.
Spinnerbait and a small speed cross style bait. For
I
Matt
like
Rosen.
catching them like that. It's like flipping milfoil or something. Seth would be proud. Seth would be proud. And Prosnick would be proud. I just flipped some grass and caught one.
Blazing start on Santee Cooper for Matt Robertson, but then conditions changed and sort of got closed out early there.
Brutal.
He's had a phenomenal couple stretches of being on camera at Murray and Santee Cooper here this week.
New leader on today.
After a tough start to the season, Matt Robertson is back in the classic hunt and contention well inside that line.
Could be number 2 for Wendlandt. Let's see.
All right, he's a little bit smaller. But at least we're getting something going. Yeah.
Really, the story we haven't talked about is right here. Keith Poche, a big threat in this tournament because he elects to fish in a very, very shallow, drafting, smaller John boat style.
Oh, what I got? What I got? What I got? Stay on, baby. Stay on. Stay on. Woo. Oh, my gosh. Where's the first? Yes. He's on that stump right there. What in the world happened to that sucker there? Look at that sucker. He had a bait or something. Something got him. Tried to poop something out. I don't know. I got a good one.
Really sneaky backwater areas, and one of the big keys this week has been what Keith Poche has been using.
Oh my gosh. Hey, I'm Keith Poche. We're here at the Sabine River in Orange, Texas, and I've been catching most of my key fish on the Berkeley Pit Boss 3-inch black and blue. It's the power bait one, and it's been working really well for me. I'm pitching around some eddies, so it's been a very key part of my success to get those better than average bites.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Dakota Lithium.
We continue on with our live coverage of Championship Sunday at the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite here at the Sabine River. This is the 5th time the anglers of the Bassmaster Elite Series have visited this unique area, 200 miles end to end, but more than 1,000 miles of connected waterways to explore. Not all equal. We have got the 10 who did the best job of it all week long. We're down to them on this day. One of them will hold the trophy. At the end of the day, Mississippi's Brock Mosley with the lead right now, and a good, healthy lead at this point. Best job, consistency-wise, throughout the season. Well, that would be the leader of our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, and that would be Kyle Welcher.
Now, it will be really interesting to see how Kyle Welcher handles the swing up north here in a few weeks. Going to get back to Hildebrand Bayou, one of the biggest keys in that bayou for Kyle Welcher. Guys like Jacob Porosnik, who almost made Championship Sunday, fishing banks with just small depressions, a little bit deeper water, and butts up against that hard line.
We've been married for 4 years. Almost 5. That makes it.
I said at the last tournament, Tommy, he's starting to get a Snake Plissken look about him. And he probably doesn't even know who Snake Plissken is, but that is
not
a
old
compliment.
enough to know.
That is a compliment.
Yeah, well, sure.
Looks like it, don't it?
Kyle in his 4th year out here.
Good fisherman.
Oh, very
really,
impressive.
really
very
good.
impressive. Got a mind for the game, that's for sure.
That's why it was so perplexing when you see some of these guys who are on such hot streaks all of a sudden just for a whole entire season are in a slump. That's what he did last year, but he's back on that train leading Progressive Angler of the Year with just 3 events left to go.
I know. Should I turn around?
Came into this one 5th place, 72 points back of the lead.
Wow.
Big move.
Heartbreaking loss in the 22 Classic to
Jason Christie.
Jason Christie.
5 ounces.
Brock Mosley has been a victim of that a few times as well.
You know, it's still got my head down, just fishing hard. Just trying to, I'm hitting places where, you know, I've had bites and miss. A couple of, I caught a good fish there. This one here, I lost a good fish the first day of the tournament that, you know, in the 2.5 pound range, and I caught actually 1, almost 2 here in practice and had another good bite. And so I know there's still a couple fish swimming around here. It's more or less, can we trick them into biting? Again. And that's not always easy, but I'm more or less, you know, I wasn't as worried about, you know, yesterday I kind of got to play in defense a little bit. You know, I knew Maddie Wong didn't have nothing else to go to, so I sat there all morning, you know, just not holding him off the stuff, but more or less like I'm going to catch as many as I can catch. So, you know, he don't, you know, hopefully, you know, he wouldn't catch a good bag. And this morning, you know, with him 5 pounds behind me, I don't have to worry about it as much. I can run some of my other stuff before the sun gets up. You know, I'm going to end up back there sooner than later, but I want to hit some of this other stuff before the sun really got up. We caught, you know, quite a few. I mean, we caught fish all day long yesterday, but it was really hard to upgrade once the sun got up. But we get clouds in the area, but it's not to the sun yet. And I think I can, you know, if the clouds get here, I may just throw topwater all day. See if I can run into another good bite. But
solid keeper for Clark Wendlandt. Actually, a spinnerbait, big player for him on day one.
But we kind of got a little something going. I've been catching them all flipping. I mean, I even did my pictures this morning, all on a jig. But I got that one on a spinnerbait, and that's actually 4, and I've caught them pretty quick. So things are going better. I mean, I caught some the very first day on a spinnerbait, and the other ones I've caught, though, have been just little bitty guys. So, you know, they're just 12 and a half inches long. This is just a little kind of small Strike King spinnerbait, little double Colorado. Doesn't really go very deep. But daggum. I mean, I don't know if you can tell in here right now, but, you know, every day it's been dead calm, no wind at all. And today there's just a little ripple and there's a little cloud cover. So, I mean, I wasn't getting any bites flipping, so I thought, well, heck, I'll start throwing a spinnerbait and see what happens. And
So, how are you feeling now?
I mean, I just need to have a great day. I mean, you know, the one thing that I've been doing really well is I've been patient. I've just been patient and let it come to me. And, you know, I feel like if I can be patient, I at least got a chance. I got to get the right, you know, the right bite. I need one big one, and then I need 4 about that big or a little bit bigger. I mean, I think he weighed about 1 pound and 10 ounces.
All of Clark's catches coming on a Strike King spinnerbait, and the main thing really looking at Clark Wendlandt and Kyle Welcher, they had to outfish in this Hildebrand Bayou. They had to outfish about another 30 boats.
Yeah, it was it.
There you go. Now we got it going right.
Clark, our 2020 Angler of the Year. Fished on and off with the Bassmaster, the better part of a couple of decades here.
I mean, that one, he just came out of nowhere. I don't know where he came from. I got no idea what he was doing there. I mean, there might have been a little stick there, but I don't think so.
A solid one for Hunter Schryock.
We might not go anywhere.
And like Brock Mosley, Hunter Schryock, his game plan from the first cast was to stay within 2 miles of our takeoff.
That's a 3, isn't it? That's a solid 3. That's Sabine River gold. That is money in the bank, bro. Let's go. We just gained us a couple AOI points with one dang fish. When you miss the classic by a couple AOI points, all you think about is, hey, that's a couple AOI points right there. All right. Just talking about leaving. No, you're going to sit your butt down, you're going to fish a little longer.
That's a third limit from that stretch of river.
I laid the wood to that one too. Like, she ate it and was coming to me, and yeah, we cracked it pretty hard.
That is a.
So I like using that Pit Boss Junior up in like in this low light stuff. But then once the sun gets up, and like yesterday it was slick, I went to the little 3.5-inch Berkeley tube. So that's kind of my game plan. It's something more subtle, but right now I need them to find it. So.
Big shot right there for Hunter Schryock.
No doubt it's going to be our Phoenix Boats big fish of the day, big bass leader for sure right now. Hunter was one of the players when we visited a similar fishery a few years ago, Wendlandt Bay.
Yes.
In South Carolina, so he understands the ins and outs of these
not something you would
places.
Think from somebody from Ohio.
From Ohio, yeah, who now lives in Tennessee. But that's the way it works. Hunter Schryock having a big morning here. Made himself the top contender to our leader for the last 3 days, Brock Mosley. Maddie Wong, Poche, we just saw him catch a good one as he entered his place that's a few miles away from here. So things are happening, still popping here on the Sabine.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Dakota Lithium.
Such a unique place, this place which is our 6th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Orange, Texas, to the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite here at the Sabine River. Very appropriate here on Memorial Week, we call it, and it should be. Brock Mosley making a little move right now, and we caught up with Keith Poche a little bit ago as he was making a move to this spot where he spent a lot of his time this week, a very hidden little place.
Yeah, and it is a hard little sneaky pond that he gets into right here just east of town of Beaumont up there. And Keith Poche, not even practicing this tournament, said he did a lot of pre-practicing before cutoff, found this spot and said he was all in, and he has lived here all 4 days of this tournament. 20 feet of water in that pond, a little bit cooler water temp.
Stay on, baby, stay on. Stay on. Oh my gosh. I done threw on that trail I don't know how many times. One finally got it. They here, man. They are here. I just need to slow down and stay with it. I just need to keep, I've caught too many. I've caught about, I don't know, 10 or 11 keepers out of here over the 3 days. That's been it. I need to keep it going, man. It can happen. It can happen. Like I said, I done threw on that tree I don't know how many times. Water's low, they're out. They're out. Pound 3/4.
Four fish total, 2 good ones in there for Keith Poche. Has him 5-3 back of the lead.
On this stretch, every one of them is just like fat like that. Like, I don't know why. The good side of his tail makes it. The bad side wouldn't make it.
I think that's a BFA for the
It
day
is.
so
It is.
far.
That is
There's a fox hunt somewhere.
As we bring it into the Bassmaster studios, I'm at the Dakota Lithium
Vikings
Screen and
touchdown.
Knowledge. And those two guys right there, Keith Poche, Kyle Welcher, both chasing after the leader, Brock Mosley. And to give a little perspective of what it's like to be a Bassmaster Elite Series pro, you are kind of fed to the wolves. You are the big fish in the small pond. In the opens, you qualify for the Elite Series. You become the small fish in the big pond. Brock Mosley was fed to the wolves early in his career. When he gets on the Elite Series in 2016, right out of college in the opens, he was 101st in Angler of the Year. Normally, you get 2 years on the Elite Series before you start and are at risk of getting cut. He needed a good 2017 season after having such a poor rookie year. He rattled off 2 second-place finishes. He's got 5 seconds on the Elite Series. 2 of those came in 2017 to 2 of the biggest names in the sport. I mean, if Brock wins those, he already has a major legacy of just beating those 2 anglers in general. Then we get throughout the next few years, Brock started to gain a little bit more stability, middle-of-the-road finishes in points, 50th or so. And then when we get to 2019 and on, he really started to pick up speed and come into his own. He had 2 second-place finishes in 2021, one at Pickwick to Bill Lowen, who had been on that list of long time without a win guys forever. Lowen gets his win. Mosley has to wait. Sabine River, he loses to Jason Christie again at this very venue. And then 2022 Chickamauga goes into the final day with the lead, loses to Jason Christie once again. 3 of his seconds to Jason Christie. But like I said, he's came into his own since 2019. Since the 2019 season, that's roughly 46 events or so. He has 11 top 10s and 19 top 20s. He has finished his highest in AOY in 2020, 4th place ever since then, though. He's making the classics every year. He's threatening for wins. And Brock Mosley coming into his own, you can see a different kind of competitor today and this week, celebrating those big catches, but knowing the job's not finished because he has a bigger goal than just success today. It is success in winning a blue trophy. So Brock Mosley off to a great start, now making that adjustment that we were wondering if he would. He's on the move to another area.
Mm-hmm. He'll be happy if he never hears the word bridesmaid again.
100%. Yes.
It's almost like when he gets on stage, he does get depressed when Mercer says.
That's right, visibly. Visibly.
But we've seen some of the biggest names in the sport have the most second-place finishes.
I think I forgot to show you the big one.
Aaron Martin's in the Classic that had plagued him, and he's one of the best of all time.
The only one that really mattered, I totally forgot about. Yeah, I'm good at that.
Right around the corner from Clark Wendlandt right there, getting things going with that spinnerbait early today.
No, I don't have a limit. I mean, this
Kyle
is a
Welcher.
limit right here. I'm
Same
not trying
thing,
to call,
small
I'm just trying to see
depressions
what's up.
against that shoreline.
And that's a victory in itself.
Welcher said, he said small depressions. It could be.
Dude, I called this fish on day 1. I had to have.
Like where it goes from a
132.
foot and a half to
I mean,
maybe
there's
a
not many
foot
of them
10.
like that.
Really?
Dude, I had to.
He would stare at his depth finder throughout
I caught him up
practice.
there, and I caught a bigger one off that tree. I had to have. Because I remember thinking about how crazy he was built. No, the one I caught after him was 132. But I don't know if that's the same one, but it looks just like him. I caught him with a 132. A pound. Or a pound 1.
Back over to our one rookie in the field. Our top 10 here on Championship Sunday. Connecticut's Alex Wetherill. Saw him catch one earlier. Kind of still stuck on that number.
So I am just fishing through all of this grass on the shoreline here, and you can see like some of this stuff over here, the thicker grass. So I'm just looking for that stuff, and you can catch fish out of that grass. Like I have one little one so far, 15 ounces. It would be a pound, but it's on the keto diet. And the key is I'm using this Mega 360 as I'm going along this grass to get bigger bites by looking for little pieces of isolated wood or just little hard pieces sticking out of this grass. And that's where I've got 2 or 3 key spots in here where I've gotten multiple big bites from, and they all have a little, they all have something a little isolated that you can't see above the water. So just using that 360 to just go along. I'm keeping an eye on it as I go, and when I find something, usually that's when I'll get a bigger bite instead of one of these smaller 1-pounders. So yesterday I ran all new water, and I just, for the heck of it, just to keep them honest, I checked a couple of these areas, but we're gonna run all new water today, and I'm just gonna keep this Mega 360 on and just keep looking for something isolated, little piece of wood, something sticking out of that grass. And if we find some more of it, then we should get some more big bites. I'm even just looking for little shadows, even not necessarily, just even a little shadow sticking out of outside the grass, because it's, you know, it's very shallow, so it's not like you're gonna see a lot. But like I said, when I do find something on this 360, usually, if I have grass, if I have that little piece of isolated cover, if I have depth, even better. If it's on a shade line, even better. So there's a bunch of little factors that can just add up. And when I have all of those, or when I have most of those, that's what I mean by when I can just call my shot. But I've got to go looking today. We're going to be searching, like yesterday, finding fishing new water. That was definitely the big key for me. So it might be a little while, but when I do find that, we're going to get a good one.
Alex Wetherill, who began telling his teachers in the 4th grade that he was going to be a professional bass fisherman.
And not go to school?
Yeah, right. That's the
no, I was going to say,
part of it. Yeah.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, that's right. And it worked out.
Oh boy.
I need you. Oh, yes.
Wow.
Hey now.
I didn't forget you. I was so proud of that fish, I can't even tell you. I made a second cast right into where I kind of thought the best place was, and he bit it immediately, and so it straight lined me, really. Boy, that's probably a 2 1/4, 2 1/2 almost.
Mm-hmm. Well, he is a vacuum.
Oh,
he really is, man.
He is sharp. Always has been.
He started the day 3rd, 4:14 behind, so he would need almost 12 pounds right now to get past what Brock Mosley has.
Well, there he sits in 3rd right now, 36 pounds even for Clark Wendlandt. Keith Poche got a bit of momentum going right now as well. Brock Mosley got his work done in the first hour, and it was meaningful work as well. We got a great competition, a competitive final day going. Later today, week 8 of the 2023 USFL season is on Fox with back-to-back games as Memphis takes on New Jersey at 1 Eastern, then Michigan battles New Orleans at 4. It all kicks off today on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Yeah, things getting a little bit shaky for the Michigan Panthers.
Well,
they were in the driver's seat for a few weeks, not the case anymore. Really, the Birmingham Stallions absolutely still in the driver's seat, just like Brock Mosley here on the Sabine River. Look, I'm big into the USA.
I know.
It's all we got this time of year, man.
Football, yeah. You know, you like to hear the pads cracking this time of year. Absolutely. Back out to Matt Robertson.
Matt Robertson with a big bag yesterday, almost 13 pounds. Spinnerbait, doing a lot of flipping.
Maybe number 3.
Boy, for him saying he was going tuna fishing, he is all business.
Do we go all the way back there? All the way back there and don't get a bite? Like, what the crap? Buddy, we needed them 2 big ones we missed earlier. We'd be staring them. Don't want me catching them. So I will blow your doors off.
Matt Robertson is a unicorn.
He is a singularity.
He really is.
He is that.
Blow your doors off. So.
To the 29th after 2 days, 12-13 yesterday, second biggest bag. Got in our top 10.
Couple big bites.
You think he's joking when he says he goes going
No, he's
saltwater
not.
fish? He'd do it.
He would do it.
Yep.
He said he was going to try to go catch red snapper to feed them to the tuna to catch the tuna, but if he has a limit of Sabine bass, he might go take those.
I'm sure that's exactly what he was going to do, Rod.
Well happened. That's.
So they were giving me crap about my white pants. Yeah, so, I mean, it's gone according to plan. I mean, that's what you want, to catch 5. And I knew that morning bite was going to be decent, but I just didn't know how much this spot was going to be affected because, you know, the same place that I caught them at day 1, it kind of dried up day 2. So, you know, I definitely knew I had to start here. One thing that I've learned after fishing here for a week now is I feel like that morning bite trumps the tide as far as it's more important. You have to be able to get crabbed. I got crabbed. You got to be able to get started at a good place because they bite. And then the rest of the day, we don't have a tide to really help influence anything. It peaks out and basically stops. So, you know, it's really important to get off to a good start. And I mean, I was just getting ready to leave and we just caught a 3-pounder. So I think we're going to stick around for a while, you know, flipping and pitching. That's what I like to do. And, you know, basically turn my brain off, go fishing. We're fishing for a couple bites again. You know, we get up inside that 12, 14 pound range. I mean, I've already caught a 5.9 this week, and I know a 5.8 was caught around the corner. So, you know, it is what it is. We're just going to keep grinding it out and maybe move around some, but hopefully another big bite will keep me locked in. So that's the game plan. Just try not to use any, not use as much fuel. That's the game plan this week. I think we burned up like $12 worth of gas in 4 days.
See your leader, Brock Mosley, getting into the area where he did his damage earlier today. Still spending a lot of time in that area. You think he runs again?
I don't know if it gets to be 11, 15, 11:30, and he hasn't had one in a while.
So
Yeah,
I
I do.
You know, I started out flipping. The last couple of days, I've caught nearly every fish flipping, and we've got a little bit of cloud cover and a little bit of wind. Now, in here, when the wind started blowing, there was not even a ripple. It didn't even, I mean, it was like flat. And I was like, gosh, you know, I mean, I don't think that this is going to make them bite. But then it started generating just a little bit of and it's a north wind and it's cool, and I mean, it's like a totally different day. And so, you know, I picked up a spinnerbait. I caught some the first day on a spinnerbait, but ever since, I mean, I've started every morning with it, and I literally have not even had a bite, not one. And today it just felt like they were biting again, and caught a, you know, like a 12-incher and then a 13-incher, and then I've caught a couple pretty nice ones. So, you know, I don't know how long that'll last. I'm fine to go back flipping, but if it wants to stay a little bit cloudy and give me a little wind for a while, it seems like it's working pretty well.
Do you think with Brock earlier in the week had lost about 2 or 3 hours due to mechanical issues? Do you think that sits in the back of his mind if you go to make a 45-minute run farther?
Could.
Like if you.
But he still did it yesterday.
For sure. But the unnecessary risk possibly if he's unsure,
To get a little more time.
Yeah.
Than he's had to date. Yeah, in that area.
Because that's the last thing you'd want to do is be one of the only people down that far away with no one to help get you back if something happened.
I think the only thing that really plays into that decision today is he was not able to, when he made that run yesterday, it was right when we went offline on FS1, he made a 45-minute to an hour run. He never, as you said earlier, he never made an upgrade there. So.
And the one big thing that guys mentioned in that area were boat traffic
in a different area.
Dirtying it
I
up.
told
Not
Brock
as much
that
boat traffic
let him
today.
have it again for the first 20 minutes. It's a giant. Well, it wouldn't have helped. It's fine. And then worked in from the other side. Really bummed about the 3-pounder or like 2. It was a 3. It was a big one. But what can you do? There's a lot of sharp, rusty metal over there, and I felt it like roll over one of those pilings, and then she loaded up, and nothing you can do except for get over it and then sing about it. So that's what I did, and put myself in a better mood. Instantly, boom, caught 2 more fish. So, okay, just checking. Yeah, I mean, I'm stoked. I have a limit, and that's all I can ask for on a place that's this tough. And it's such a short little area. I just wanted to bounce around some other stuff that, I fished in practice, and we're gonna go and run back and stay in that area again some more, and then maybe bounce around and fish some other stuff. But it's just one of those days. I don't want to get too locked in. Just fishing that one little spot, because that can get real dangerous. Because then you just get locked in there.
Solid morning, solid tournament for Maddie Wong, and he really needed it. Ronnie, I believe you got to talk to him, and he is our VMC on point, correct?
For multiple reasons, the VMC Red Line on point. Maddie Wong, his first career top 10. We've seen him on camera a couple times in the first year and a half of his Elite Series career, but the first time making it last through 4 days of competition.
Championship Sunday keeper.
Put his first Championship Sunday keeper of his career in the boat, and then, started getting the juices flowing, experimented with a crankbait yesterday. Now he's mixing in a pop R and a spinner bait and keeping all the options in play close to takeoff, maximizing this area that he found in the afternoon of day 2.
Boys in Hawaii.
Giving shout outs to his guys in Hawaii. And, he used to work as an actor or a backup actor in Hollywood, some sound technician, and he could be a future singer too, I guess.
No, but my body keeps saying yes or whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Zona probably knows the lyrics and can probably sing it.
Exit light, enter night.
Your VMC on point this week, Maddie Wong, in 5th place.
It's his biggest week ever.
Absolutely.
That may be.
And like I said, really, really needed it where he was at in the standings. Good week for Maddie Wong.
Yep. Second-year guy, first ever from Hawaii on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But Brock Mosley hanging on to that lead right there. He hasn't caught a keeper, one that keeps since 6:46 a.m. He caught him all the way up to 9:30 yesterday, so a little bit different of a schedule working here. We'll be back with more.
The Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
I have a real supporting family, and not just, my wife and kids. No matter what we were doing, we always encourage one another, and they're definitely a backbone to my career and support and keeping me going and keeping me you know, upbeat no matter how bad of an event I've had. My number one goal is to provide for my family, for my wife and my 2 girls. They're the most important thing on this planet to me, other than, you know, my salvation. But taking care of them, making sure they have food on the table and a roof over their head, to me is my job on this planet. And I'm just grateful that I'm able to do that in something I'm so passionate about and fun and enjoy doing.
Good stuff. We actually covered Brock all the way since back in his college days together, Tommy Sand. I remember him.
He was fishing down in Nickajack.
Yes.
As an invitee to Bass.Fest in 2014.
He had like a 914 or something, one of the biggest bass of the week, or the biggest bass of the week.
It was, I think, yeah.
One of the true good guys on the Bassmaster Elite Series. If he does win this, I can promise you, when he's on the weigh-in stage with Dave Mercer, he will lose it.
Oh, sure.
Today.
He's entitled to. He's been at it a long time, come so close. So many times.
First one in the tournament on this bait. Well, he got it right. He built a little bit better. It's a good one.
Well, I bet Kyle Welcher and Clark Wendlandt very happy with the lack of pressure in that area today. It was a circus yesterday. Similar to our takeoff area.
Yeah. And as you reported yesterday, that bayou, more than others, more susceptible to boat traffic as far as messing up the fishing.
Well, it would just, what it did more than anything is guys running through there, it would wash the banks and you would get sediment.
Bring her in to prove it to you.
That's why a lot of those fish got caught so early. It wasn't stirred up the first 2 days as bad.
And with the way the banks are, it just seems like it's more of a silt and a softer bottom than you would see with all the boats running by the main Sabine River here with all the rock, hard bank, barge tie-ups, things like that.
Time to eat, girls and boys. I was just telling you how good the little ones were eating. They were getting it. When Betsy's lazy, lazy, lazy. Lazy.
Slow day so far for Chad Pipkins, Alex Wetherill.
We should get a bit right here. Why not? Sharp. We're gonna touch them up a little bit. Man, sometimes there's nothing you can do. These are all super sharp. But we'll be ready for the next one.
Come off, God. Short striking.
We seem to get bites when you guys come to us live. They just maybe hit me like
every bass I catch from
10, 15 times a day. You get 10 bites like that, we make it interesting.
You're pissing me off today.
I hear you.
The guy with the hot hand for the last hour is Clark Wendlandt.
Boy, he is.
Good size, average here. Good catches, frequent.
He has utilized that cloud cover and a little bit of wind today with that spinnerbait, exactly how he caught him on day one.
That's a better one. Come on. Get in there. All right.
Hey, and for what's been caught out of there and what he has in his live well, he is in this.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so let me think.
That could, depending,
second place?
Put him in second place, could put him less than 5 pounds back of our leader, Brock Mosley.
Don't get me wrong, 5 pounds on the Sabine.
Oh,
is
it's
like
huge. I mean,
that's about 1,000 miles away.
It's still a runaway. That's still a runaway, technically, with the scale that we're dealing with here, but makes it more exciting. Absolutely. Who knows what could happen? There is so much more fishing time left here on the Sabine on Championship Sunday. Thanks for being with us. Our live coverage will continue. We'll step away for just a moment and be right back.
Yeah!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome to Bassmaster Live. Big day here. Championship Sunday at the Folds of Honor. Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River. We got 10 anglers, and here's another one of the the fishing characters taking part in festivities today. We've had a great day so far and a great tournament.
This is a rough environment.
It
If
is.
you're a bass in here, it
man.
is eat or be eaten in the Sabine River.
Every feature of a delta,
Yes.
I mean, meaning everything that eats you is here in abundance. Absolutely. There's a look at the way our 10 anglers are distributed there. You see most of them in one specific place. Keith Poche has made a run to a rather remote spot closer to Beaumont, Texas. Clark Wendlandt also away from the rest of the field a bit.
This really does kind of feel like the Delaware River when Mike Iaconelli won here. You can see Ike way back up in a creek where it's nothing but trees and nature, and you're in the middle of nowhere, and then you can fish the most industrial looking stuff and end up with the same weight at the end of the week. Like those are two guys going head to head, someone so far away and remote and someone right in the middle of the town and all the hubbub.
Yeah. We watched him move from one of those spots, a 2-minute run, and he's fishing off the end of the airport runway and catching them.
Yeah.
Right there, the Philadelphia airport.
Well, I got 3 fish, I think, 4 fish. I got 4 fish. I made a couple stops before I got here, caught 2 small ones, and then I caught one in the little cut, and then I caught one on the frog. So it's productive. Just not the weight I'm looking for yet. But it's early. Well, it's 9 o'clock. We still got a lot of time. We're gonna keep pitching around and see if we can't trick one into biting. I mean, it's definitely different conditions, overcast. I would think they would be a little more active, a little cooler. But, you know, that may have changed the way they set up too, and I may need to throw something else. I don't know. I feel good about it. I mean, feel like I can make a run at it. I just need to capitalize. I lost a couple of key fish yesterday. It would have helped me a little bit. So I just need to make sure I put them in the boat if I get bit. Do not want to lose a fish today. This is not the day to do it. But I've hit a stretch here. I haven't had a bite yet. Well, I caught a couple yesterday, so I don't know why. I mean, I caught a couple and missed a couple, lost a couple, so I was getting a lot of bites through here. It's just timing. I may make another circle and be on. Yeah.
It was actually Keith Poche up in the right-hand corner talking and listening to kind of what his game plan is. He has a series of pipes that he has caught several of his bigger fish later in the day, so look for that to be a player today. And like we said, when you elect to, the boat he fishes out of, he needs to make hay here, because going to Lake St. Clair, Lake Champlain, the St. Lawrence River, boy, you can have your hands full in a 22-foot bass boat.
You'd feel kind of naked in something that small, wouldn't you? A little bit exposed.
But if you really looked at our schedule throughout this season, this is definitely the one he has circled, because he could get that boat in places you cannot get another bass boat in.
Holy moly.
Again, if you're just picking up with us, this is Championship Saturday. Brock Mosley of Mississippi is our current leader, gunning for his first Elite Series victory after many years of trying and lots of performing at a very high level.
Yeah.
Took the lead on day number 2, doubled his lead, tripled his lead going into day 3, and then expanded it some more at the start of today. But it's been a while since he's had a keeper. That one won't help.
Cloud cover keeping that topwater bite still around a little bit. Oh yeah, we are ready.
Brock Mosley's been near the driver's seat all week. His lowest he was 12th place on day 1 with 9 pounds, 15 ounces. Gotten better every single day. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And we're talking about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Mercury Drain the Lake, our 2 fantasy game modes. If you're unfamiliar with that, one of them is based on the Angler of the Year race. We separate our 103 anglers into 5 different buckets based on performance throughout the year. So you can't just pick Justin Jefferson and Devontae Adams. You got to pick one of them. You can't just pick. You got to pick the best of the best in bucket A, and then you go down through each bucket and have to decide on that. Mercury Drain the Lake, though, when you pick your angler one time, you use them for that event. You use them for the year. You can't pick them every single event, so you have to be really strategic when you use those. The Sabine favorites coming into this event, all mixed into a variety of buckets, but Caleb Summerall, Greg Hackney, Jason Christie, Brock Mosley, and Keith Poche were all over 25% pick rate for our fantasy players. I think the 70,000 or so who play that. Caleb Summerall ended up coming in clutch for them. He started the week around 68th, 70th place or so, jumped up into 16th place to end his week. Greg Hackney, a defending champion here, finished 17th. Brock Mosley, obviously our day 3 leader and still in our unofficial lead. Jason Christie, the only one of the favorites that did not make the cut, finishing in the 70s, I believe 76th place. And then Keith Poche coming into today, 2nd place, in it to win it. So if you picked a chalk team that had some of the favorites, then you probably did pretty well, because Brock was in bucket C, Hackney was in bucket B, Summerall in bucket E, and so was Poche. So you had to make a couple decisions there. But then looking at the top team from bucket A through E, Kyle Welcher, he is our Progressive Angler of the Year leader. He's in our top 10 today. Kenta Kimura having a great season, a great 2-year stretch on the Bassmaster tournament trail. He is in our top 10 as well. Brock Mosley, obviously our leader in bucket C. Chad Pipkins, though, is the X factor here, because not only did he lead one of the days, he led day 1, he also has the biggest bag of the tournament and the biggest bass of the tournament, so he will receive bonus points for both of those. So if you picked him, he may not win today, but he'll pass a lot of the other anglers in the top 10 points-wise. And then Keith Poche, obviously bucket E, he's missed a few events this season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but he is in the running to win today's event. So the top team and the favorites, some of them overlapped and correlated, and I'll say I did my job. I maintained. I didn't drop a bomb this week, Tommy. I had a couple of those favorites and a couple of the sneaky ones.
Made that comment about Devontae Adams. You feeling he's a top pick with Jimmy Garoppolo throwing to him? Okay.
I don't know.
Going to get back on the water right now with Chad. Could you imagine Jimmy Garoppolo in Las Vegas?
He's still evolving. He's evolving.
He's going to have a time on and off the field.
No, wait.
Back to Chad Pipkins live.
There you go. Speaking of Chad Pipkins.
There we go. Like to do the old swap-a-roo for the other one, but hey. Whoa! We'll take her. Same thing like the other one. A little fish on the point. That one got it good, though. Little point with some pads.
Give Chad Pipkins credit. Turn it around. This body of water has been brutal, to say the least.
Every bite counts.
He has stayed the course, the area he's in. Even though he's close to the takeoff, he's not in the mix with the other boats.
But like I said, we'll take some bites.
He needs his first classic chances too, Z. He came in 82nd, and this finish will get him in the 60s with hope to go up north and get inside our top 40.
Very timely.
I set the hook on that one and it wasn't there, I didn't think. And it was because the reed. Got some nice fish too.
I don't know about Devontae Adams, Z, but Josh Jacobs was written off as a no-go last year and showed up at big, so who knows with this Raiders offense.
Good fish right there from Clark Wendlandt.
Clark Wendlandt. Clark now tied for 2nd place with Keith Poche. Very, very tight. Beneath Brock Mosley there. Brock Mosley saw him catch one, did not keep just a few minutes ago, so he'd like to get another keeper or two, kind of get the feeling back on track. It's been a couple of hours now since he's had a good keeper in the box, yet he is in the lead, and a commanding lead, you have to say, here on Championship Sunday. We're going to turn it over to Dave and Davey here in a minute, so stick around.
My very first tournament I ever fished was in 2018, and I would take my uncle, rest in peace, Uncle Bob. I would take his boat out to the Delta, and I would spend hours and hours and hours out on the Delta learning how to throw chatterbaits, learning how to punch, learning how to frog, learning how to power fish, a different style than what I did growing up in Hawaii. 2020, I qualified for the California State team. 2021, made it all the way to the Nationals. Got third place overall at the regionals on Lake Havasu. It's a fishery I've only fished 3 times in my life. Go to a Ouachita River that I've never been to in Louisiana. Ended up winning it out of my Uncle Bob's boat, and you know, I got the opportunity to fish the elites, and it's crazy. I gotta pinch myself. I still get chicken skin thinking about it. You know, that this, keep your dreams alive. It could happen at any time, and you just gotta be ready to grab the horns and ride that bull, man, because it can happen to anyone. You just gotta keep your heart in it. Oh, there we go, folks. That's called a limit.
Much mahalo, Maddie Wong. What a life that guy has had. You saw the surfing footage there. Once a surf instructor actually taught the Beckhams how to surf. And on top of that, LL Cool J taught him how to surf.
Kidding me.
No joke. His real name's Todd. Little facts that you're going to learn tuning in here to our on-location coverage at the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River, the 6th stop of 2023, and we are back here at the home of the record crowd for the 5th time, Orange, Texas, and Championship Sunday, and it kind of feels like deja vu. Brock Mosley is once again leading this tournament. Will he be leading it a few hours from now?
Yeah, that's a big question that everybody's going to try to find out this afternoon when Brock Mosley comes out. He got a good start this morning, just like he has every morning in this event. He's been the only angler that we've covered that's been able to catch his limit in about the first 30 or 45 minutes every single day this week. It happened again for him today. He extended that lead, but he's got Keith Poche and Clark Wendlandt closing that gap little by little. It'll be interesting by this afternoon.
Is there a scarier angler to have following you, Davey Height, than Keith Poche? I mean, his whole style of fishing, his approach to fishing, the boat he fishes out is designed to be successful in this kind of situation.
Yeah, I'm sure Brock thought about that a good bit last night and probably some this morning, thinking about what little sneaky places Keith Poche saving maybe for Championship Sunday. But I guess maybe the only other person that might be more scary for Brock Mosley would be Jason Christie, who has defeated Brock Mosley in 3 of his second-place finishes. But he's not in the top 10 today, so maybe Brock Mosley's going to be fine.
Welcome into our on-location coverage. I'm Dave Mercer, joined by the Hall of Famer Davey Height, and another Hall of Famer, I would imagine, in the future. If he's not already, I think it's coming up in the future. Got to be Clark Wendlandt, and he is a sneaky one. I mean, you watch even his Angler of the Year season. We talked about it yesterday. He kind of felt like he creeped along, and he's been doing that this week. But he is definitely in contention to win this tournament with a few big bites.
I heard him say this morning, one of the things he thinks has done him, and he's done so well this week, is be patient, and he's really been good at that. He's not been up in the lead of this. Oh boy. Let's watch this one here, because this is the kind of fish it looks like that he needs. Got to have one of those 3.5, 4 pounders to really have a chance.
Yes.
Wow.
Look at that fish.
Oh boy.
Dang gum, what a fish.
Both big fish alert, I'd
That's
say.
freaking awesome. Oh my gosh.
The one thing about the Skeeter Boat Big Fish Alert, Clark Wendlandt called it a 4-1. You can bet it's a little bigger than that. And
yes.
So happy to see Clark get that fish in the boat to give him a chance. He's he knew going out this morning that he had to have one like that to have a chance.
With that, the Mosley family takes a big gasp. I mean, this is the hardest thing on the families watching this, to see Brock get so close so many times.
I'm proud of him too.
But look at that call.
Bam.
You know, Clark's done so much in his career. 4-time Angler of the Year. He's done so much. He's
So
one of the
basically
legends
what
of the
happened
sport, in
is
my
the
opinion.
sun came out. I've
But
been
he's not
catching them on
held a blue
spinnerbait
trophy
this
over his
morning,
head
and
yet.
I caught a couple that were pretty decent ones. And I started pitching a jig. And I mean, I hadn't had a bite anywhere near that big the entire tournament. 215 was the biggest one I caught. And that one, I mean, we'll put that one in at 4. It might just be a couple ounces bigger than that. Bam. That is so cool.
By far the biggest shot we've seen all day, and about this time yesterday, we saw Brock Mosley catch a fish that might have made him think, is this my time? Clark Wendlandt just did that with your power pole replay of the day.
Absolutely. Clark Wendlandt knew going out this morning that he had to have a fish like that because Brock Mosley did that yesterday and gave him a big lead, and he's been able to hold on to that. So I would say Clark Wendlandt and the other 8 anglers other than chasing Brock Mosley all knew that they would have to have at least one fish that size. Clark Wendlandt did it for us this morning, and for that, he has to be our power pole replay of the day.
Wow, shots fired, and as I say, just literally almost to the moment, 24 hours later. This time yesterday, we saw Mosley's key catch, and everybody started to think, is it his time? Well, 24 hours later, on the final day of competition, Clark Wendlandt throws his shot, and man, that is going to change this tournament.
It really is. Like I said a little bit earlier, Clark talked this morning about his patience has been the biggest key to his success so far in this tournament.
Well,
he's been waiting for 3.5 days for that one bite, and he finally got it.
actually did pretty well on it. Cloud cover, and there's still a little bit of cloud cover, and I may go back to that spinnerbait, but I flipped in. It was actually like a little one of these patches of reeds that had kind of drifted up on its side, and he was just underneath it. A lot of these fish have been hitting it like as soon as it goes through. Like as soon as it goes through, I'll either feel them pop it or I won't feel them at all, and it'll just be heavy. And I mean, the majority of the fish I've caught this week, I've actually caught flipping, and most of them, the biggest ones on a jig. And the thing about it is I've changed a little bit every day, but I've just been loose. I've just spent my time in this area, but I'm fishing different stretches. This is a pretty big area. I mean, the parts that I've fished in here is probably 5 miles, at least 5 miles long, maybe 7 miles. So it's not like I'm just fishing 1 or 2 stretches. And I think that's kind of key. I mean, I've just been loose and said, you know what? I got to hope they're everywhere. I can't just think they're on one stretch, because one stretch doesn't get it in a 4-day tournament. You got to have more fish than that. So
that fish catch right there. You come to a fishery like this where things are going to be a little tougher. We've seen that. You know, you can't sugarcoat it. Call a spade a spade. It is a stingy fishery when it comes to size. But man, one big bite. The arithmetic's all the same.
And you hear anglers on stage talking about how difficult it is, but so many of the anglers do say deep down inside they love fishing an event like this. Maddie Wong hooked up.
Oh my gosh, yes! Woo! I love you! Mm-hmm.
This is that bad boy.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Oh.
Mm-hmm. I'd say, yeah, Davey. Things are starting to happen.
And we haven't seen that so far this week. We've had that flurry in the morning, which you really expect, but things kind of taper off. And then late in the afternoon, we've seen some of this. But coming this time of the day is really surprising. But a very different weather
Let's
pattern
get a
here
weight
today.
on her.
Cloudy,
I
a
think
north
she's going to
wind.
be just shy of 3. All right, stop blinking. I want to get her some water real quick while this thing decides to. Oh, here we go.
Big shots fired by Clark Wendlandt and now Maddie Wong. Just when you thought this one was going to creep into the history books, 2 bites and it all changes. Davey Height, I think things are going to be exciting here.
Absolutely. In the last 5 minutes, we've had a 4+ pounder and one a little over 3. It looks like that Maddie just caught right there. And when they start putting those size fish in the live wells, we'll definitely see a shake up in the leaderboard.
Before we went live, I asked you, Davey, I said, Well, is there a chance? Do we have a derby? Well, look at that leaderboard. There is definitely a chance. 41 pounds, 14 ounces. But Clark Wendlandt's moved into second place. The always scary Keith Poche in third. And Maddie Wong with a big fish like that makes a move. And the moves are going to keep on coming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Dakota Lithium.
Welcome back. On location coverage in the 409. Well, where's that? That's Orange, Texas for the sixth stop of 2023, the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. And speaking of Texas, celebrating their centennial, Texas Parks, and all of the great events in Bassmaster history that Texas Parks and Wildlife has delivered over the years and the great memories. Gotta say, happy centennial to them. But a guy that's trying to ruin a party right now, a party that so many desperately want to see, is Clark Wendlandt, and he made a big move just moments ago by adding a legit Sabine River kicker to his limit.
Take a look at that map. 6 of our top 10 anglers today within a couple miles of takeoff, and the other 4 about 40 miles, 40 to 45 miles away from takeoff. Clark Wendlandt being one of those. So that's the first fish I've seen this week caught that I think he was using forward-facing sonar. I've not seen an angler use it, but the direction he made his cast, and
I don't think he's helping.
I didn't really catch on until I saw him looking down at his graph. He saw something offshore there.
Yeah, this has really been the first. If you're a fan of that technology, I'm sure it'll be back in the future. If you're not, you must be loving this tournament, because this is the first tournament of literally the entire season that it has not been a player.
Yeah, maybe last 2 seasons. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, I have not seen it one time, but I'm pretty sure I'll have to ask Clark. But when he made that cast off, away from the shoreline cover where he's been making all of his other casts, I was like, what is he doing? And I looked, and he was looking down at his sonar.
Early when we listened in to him, he said he caught some fish on the spinnerbait earlier and said he might go back to it. Well, clearly he did.
He did. Caught more of them this morning than any other time. Caught some on the spinnerbait in practice. But a jig has been what he's caught all of his fish really until the day that he's put in his live well. Speaking of his live well, yesterday I was talking to him at weigh-in, and he said, man, I got some big crawfish in my live well. And I was standing there, and I said, you mind me go down there looking? How big are you talking about? And I looked and pulled one out of his live well and measured it with his measuring board, 5.5 inches long, a crawfish. Wow. That's a big crawfish for a 2-pound bass to be eating. That's why he's been using the jig so much.
There we go.
From one of the most veteran anglers to an Elite Series rookie making his very first Championship Sunday appearance, Alex Wetherill. His first 50 and his first 10 cut.
Jeez. Number 2. One 4. Okay. Just gotta go fish new water. Just gotta go fish new water.
Another thing about it only being 10 anglers out there today, you can't expand, and where you kind of get into defensive mode fishing areas around a lot of other boats, but with only 10 boats out there, you can expand. And that's what he was just talking about there.
Check in with our top 4. Brock Mosley, Clark Wendlandt, Maddie Wong, and Keith Poche.
And looking at Bass Track, it's unofficial, of course. But it's showing Brock Mosley with 41.14, and he weighs his fish. He's always pretty close, within a few ounces. And Clark does not weigh his, and he's always, with a capital A, always underestimates his fish a little. So I would say it's definitely a little tighter than it even looks like on Bass Track right now. I still think Brock's probably got the lead, but
yeah,
maybe less than a pound.
But after seeing those two big fish for both Maddie and Clark come so closely together, you got to feel like the advantage to the on-location coverage is you actually get to feel what it feels like here. Yeah. But it just feels like there's something moving, and there's a bit of it's totally different weather than we've seen this entire competition, and it just feels like that time where they start snapping.
Yep. Well, I think Clark's benefited from that this morning. Those fish on the spinnerbait, he has not been able to get them to bite. Like I said, in practice, yes, but the first 3 days of this tournament. But like you said, it feels like we're like nowhere near where we've been the last 3 days, Dave.
Yeah, no, it's a much more hospitable environment for a chunky Canadian MC.
I think everybody's glad to feel this northern wind we have this morning, for sure.
I asked Mosley, what number will it take till you're relaxed, till you feel like I've done everything? And he said, I got to have 12 pounds. I have to have 12 pounds before I feel like I got it. So, it's Championship Sunday, and Championship Sunday is always a little more special when you add just a tiny dash of Matt Robertson. Let's check in with him right now. He talked about going tuna fishing today on stage and actually inquired if he could go tuna fishing. Then he was quickly reminded you're in 5th place in the Bassmaster Elite Series event.
It's a keeper. Oh, yeah. We'll take it.
He doesn't act like he's real excited about that fish. I mean, I do think he's got tuna fishing on his mind. Championship Sunday, every fish is
thought it was a crab.
Dollars, points.
Little wimpy hook set. I was like, oh God, I ain't even gonna get him in now. Yeah, a pound.
Is there a case to be made? I've heard a lot of anglers say how they lost fish this week. But with smaller fish, you seem to lose a lot more of them. I mean, you're pulling one direction and there's a lot less going that direction, so it comes towards you. Is that why we're seeing that? And also why we're seeing sometimes anglers are getting caught off guard because they're going through so many smaller fish, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait a second, this one didn't move into my lap when I set the hook.
Oh, absolutely. When you set the hook, for that hook to penetrate, there needs to be some resistance there, and those smaller fish just come through the water. It's like putting your hand in the water and turning it to the side or turning it against the water. There needs to be that resistance to be able to make that hook penetrate to the barb, so the hole. And when that fish comes out of the water so quickly that barb hasn't penetrated, then they spit the hook out.
Well, and we don't get to see those. We just hear about them during the weigh, and you got to have everything is not official until it officially hits the scales this afternoon. A lot of fishing still ahead. And Matt Robertson can go tuna fishing tomorrow, but a look at our top 10 right now. Only 10 anglers remain in this tournament. Brock Mosley up at the top with 41 pounds, 14 ounces. But Davey Height, they're starting to chase him down a little bit.
Absolutely. We're going to see it tighten up, and wouldn't expect it to be any different. Brock got off to the good start just like we expected, and Keith Poche, Maddie Wong, Clark Wendlandt, and others are not going away anytime soon.
And neither are we. We're just going away for just a few minutes, but we'll be right back, and I sure hope you are, at the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Dakota Lithium.
Welcome back into our on-location coverage in Orange, Texas. It is my favorite day of the week. What day is that? Of course, Championship Sunday on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And for the 6th time in 2023, we're going to crown a champion right here in the home of the all-time record crowd, Orange, Texas. 40,170 of you showed up the last time we were here, and it's been an incredible week here this week. But let's get caught up on everything that's been happening here on Championship Sunday with our Yamaha Midday Report. And who better to start with than our brand new leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Stone Cold Kyle Welcher.
Absolutely, Kyle Welcher having a great season after a kind of unusually slow season last year, but only one sort of slow season for him, and he's certainly making up for it this year. Took over the lead for Angler of the Year, catching a lot of fish here, staying close to takeoff. He is one of the anglers going over about a 40-mile run away from takeoff, not fishing very far away from Clark Wendlandt. Kyle Welcher catching a lot of fish numbers-wise, but just has not been able to put that quality fish like a 3.5 to 4.5 pound fish in his live well. But here on Championship Sunday, and he's in a good area, who knows what might happen.
Riding the power of positivity. Much mahalo, Maddie Wong.
Yep, Maddie Wong is an angler that's just about 1.5 miles from takeoff. He found these fish the second day of the tournament, late in the day, was having a very slow day. Culled the 5 little small fish that he had in his live well, came in with a good limit that second day yesterday. Fishing real close to Brock Mosley. It was really cool to see Brock Mosley and Maddie Wong fish the same stretch of bank yesterday and today. Maddie being very, very courteous, kind of yielding to Brock Mosley because he was a leader of the event. But he's been able to do well currently, unofficially up in 3rd place, even though he is sharing the water with Brock Mosley. Catching most of his fish on a crankbait and a spinnerbait.
Maddie Wong fishing his very first Championship Sunday in the Bassmaster Elite Series. But this multi-sport superstar, a former professional motocross racer, now making his second cut in 2023, Hunter Schryock.
Schryock fishing in the same general area, but on the other side of the canal.
That one will take
from where Maddie Wong and Brock Mosley are fishing. He's been catching most of his fish on a jig and some of them on a tube. Hunter Schryock using that tube bait later in the day when the sun gets up high in the sky. That has not happened so far today. We've got some clouds. He switched up and been fishing a spinnerbait and a jig primarily today. Catching some good fish. Had that one solid fish that he needed about an hour ago. So Hunter Schryock is definitely in a position to make a move and have a chance to make up ground little by little on Brock Mosley.
The often talked about and always exciting Keith Poche doing it his way.
A lot of people paying attention to Keith Poche this week. He looks for that little hideaway kind of place, a little pond, and he found it in this event about 45 miles away from takeoff. You can see a very narrow little canal, little chute to get back in this pond area where he's been able to catch not as many fish as most of our top 10, but the quality of the fish that he's been able to catch so far has definitely been better than most.
Look out, here comes Clark Wendlandt. He has been quiet, but man, trying to chase down his first, an incredibly accomplished angler, but trying to chase down his first Elite Series victory.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be great to see that happen today. Clark, knowing this morning when he took off that he would have to have a good solid limit and a kicker like that one right there to go with it today to have a chance, and he's certainly done that. Made up his ground little by little so far. Here's another good fish for Clark this morning on a spinnerbait. Little by little, Clark Wendlandt closing that gap on Brock Mosley, catching most of his fish today on a spinnerbait, but the better 2 fish that we've seen him catch so far, including this one, his biggest fish of the tournament, a 4-pounder on a Strike King jig.
Tag. Big bites are difference makers in this body of water. Clark Wendlandt definitely put one of those in the boat on Championship Sunday. But next up, the man with the plan saying, catch me if you can. Well, not really. He doesn't want anyone to catch him because they've done it before. A 5-time Elite Series bridesmaid, Brock Mosley.
Yeah, it's hard to keep talking about that. You kind of feel sorry for Brock Mosley being so close, including last time we were here on the Sabine River, had a 2nd place finish. But today, a good solid lead, and everybody's thinking, man, it's his time, it's his time. We'll just see if he can get that good start like he's gotten every single morning. Brock Mosley has been able to put a limit of fish in his boat every morning, and he went out on Championship Sunday and did the exact same thing. A good solid limit in his boat, but no kicker like he had yesterday morning. That fish yesterday morning really separated him from the field, and he was able to hold on to that lead throughout the day. Today, a good solid limit so far, but he needs to catch one of those 3 or 4 pound.
There he is. Stay hooked up. I don't know if it's gonna help. Oh, yeah. Says it did a little bit. Where'd my seesaw go? That should be 12. Just said this place looked right. If it had some depth, it would be a good one. Okay. I believe I shouldn't have to check that. Oh, yeah. We're getting closer. We're finding half of the right stuff. And catch a keeper. 1-1. Honk. Oh, number 3. We're gonna find the right stuff today. We're gonna get some good ones. Number 3. I just like the fact that, yeah, I'm catching small ones, but I feel like I got the potential on all this stuff to get a big one. As long as the potential is there, that's all I care about.
He was going to expand a little bit today and has a little slower start, probably because of that, but now it looks like he's found some fish.
Fish in new water, find the right kind of stuff.
One of the few anglers that made our top 10 that we've seen throwing a frog. A lot of people did that in the first couple of days, but without much success. But I guess he's the only one we've seen this morning throwing a frog in our top 10.
I mean, I'm in no water.
I would imagine we're going to see a little more of him as the season moves along. I mean, a great track record in the north, and that's where we head from here. And leaving here with some great momentum no matter how this event changes. And hey, who doesn't want to see them eat a frog? It's always more fun when they do that. You know who? Brock Mosley doesn't want to see him eat anybody else's bait but his.
Absolutely not. Brock Mosley with a good lead a few hours ago, but it has tightened up. But the key is he is still leading this event.
Well, but a scary cast of characters trying to chase him down, and a scary situation when you look at this event. We've seen anglers come from 69th place up into the top 10. So to move from 10th to 1st, it can still happen. They're saying there's a chance, but the only guy trying to stop that is Brock Mosley.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Dakota Lithium.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage right here in Orange, Texas. The 6th stop of 2023. And as the hours pass away, the stress ratchets up, not just for Brock Mosley, but his family and everybody cheering for him. They have seen him come so close so many times in the past. Is it finally his time? Well, a guy that is truly coming into his time is our brand new leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, improving once again. Once the industry and everybody tries to anoint somebody, we've seen it year after year. Everyone's like, oh, it's Brandon Cobbs. He's walking away with it. Not so quick. Your brand new leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Stone Cold Kyle Welcher.
Certainly one thing I learned in 23 years of fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, the Angler of the Year race is not over mid-season. It is never over mid-season.
His smallest fish, obviously 1 pound. And every ounce helps, not just in this tournament, but obviously his overall goal to win Progressive Insurance Bassmaster Angler of the Year title.
Hold on, I took off the wrong one.
Former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader. Let's check in with our top 4 here today. Brock Mosley, Clark Wendlandt, Maddie Wong, and just outside the top 4 in 6th, Matt Robertson.
I'm sorry. I knew that step that Clark I've seen him make it so many times. He thought that was going to be a big one. He was about to waylay it, and it was a swing and a miss.
It's a little stutter step.
Wow. A lot of small fish. Get the claws of your jig trailer and swim off with it. You never know if it's an 8-incher or a 4-pounder like he caught earlier.
Yeah, and a lot of the anglers that I've talked to this week said the bigger bites, I mean, there was really no distinguishing. Like a lot of times you're like, that's a whole different bite, but very much the same.
Yeah. Oh, and we've talked about this some, and the viewers that are maybe just tuning in, you can't lose your focus because just when you think, oh, it's another 10-incher, it's a 4-pounder. And what a difference they make. Yesterday was Brock Mosley, today Clark, and it just changes the whole complex of this tournament.
Big concert here last night, Davey. You enjoyed it. Come on.
No.
Well, I did. It got hit way too late in the evening, but it's only the evening of semifinal Saturday. So
I didn't know
often.
you were a country music fan.
Oh, I'm a multi-genre.
Are you?
Oh,
okay.
You name it, from Willie Nelson to Kid Rock. To,
I have heard you talk about liking Willie Nelson a lot. Willie's a big fan of watching.
Yeah, big fan.
Bass
And
fishing.
it was his birthday earlier this year, and I'm sure he's watching today. And he'd want to know what our TH Marine weather watch is. Currently 75 degrees, sunny, light southwest winds. Definitely the most hospitable day we have had here this week, but that's part of what makes this tournament so intriguing. It's going to test the anglers. It's going to be incredibly hot, which is distracting, and you're going to have to work through that. And a lot of smaller fish, but $100,000 on the line. And you talked about it, Davey, through your career, how just having to learn that, hey, man, this title, you're not posting pictures of a fish on Facebook. It doesn't matter that way. You're trying to hold that title, and somebody's going to win no matter where we are.
Yeah, and you mentioned $100,000. That's a lot of money, and that certainly matters to every elite angler that's out there. There's no doubt about it. But you look at what a great career Brock Mosley has had, and what a great career Clark Wendlandt has had, much longer career. But I guarantee you they're thinking about, I need a blue trophy more than they are thinking about, I need $100,000. And I don't mean that in the wrong way. I just mean that it is, if you've been around Brock Mosley, I think since 2016 on the elites, Clark Wendlandt, obviously longer than that. Clark's probably in his 25th, 6th, 7th year, something like that. Heck, he's probably closer to his 30th year fishing Bassmaster tournaments off and on. But it just change your whole mindset to win a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament right now.
He's won a Bassmaster Open, but trying to chase down his first Elite Series title. And Matt Robertson, always entertaining, always fun to watch, but you cannot discount this guy's skills and abilities. I mean, he has led multiple tournaments this year. This is his second Championship Sunday appearance, and don't get distracted by all the laughs and jokes. Here. He's the real deal.
We got 4, one okay one. The other ones are little, pound and a halfers. Had some opportunity today. I do not want to set the hook in that rope if that's not a fish. I really think it's a crab. And now I got the rope. But yeah, they just short striking the spinnerbait this morning. But yeah, I mean, kind of on par with the other days, not really yesterday. But we got plenty of time, and yeah, it was a crab. Yeah, we're just gonna keep flipping around. I kind of want to run to Taylor's. I don't like setting in the area, but yeah, we're gonna. As bad as I hate to set in the area, I think we probably will. We may run up here and try a couple other little stretches. Caught 3 of our keepers right there. I mean, in a 25-foot section. So, I think we can run around, come back, maybe catch another one. Yesterday, it seemed like they were in like real small areas like that, but I don't know. I think it may be the tide, but it seems like those areas are kind of changing. So, each day, and I guess that's because of the tide. But yeah, we're gonna fish around. I don't know, maybe make that half-hour run to Taylor's. I don't know yet. We're just gonna play it by ear,
Not the first time Matt Robertson's dealt with crabs this week. It's been a big trend in this tournament. I mean, that shows you how different this fishery is, Davey Height. Anglers actually catching crabs. They grab the pin on their baits.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I wanted to talk about that. What he's doing is pitching a heavy, probably a 1 ounce, maybe 1.25 ounces, up to 1.5 ounces sinker on a Texas rig in that matted vegetation. And oftentimes when you do that, just as the bait enters, a bass will eat it because they're suspended up just a few inches under the surface of the water, right under that vegetation. Well, you just have a different dynamic here on the Sabine River because we are so close to the ocean. I saw 2 crabs this morning at takeoff dock, just behind the dock. So when you pitch that weight in there, you don't know if it's a bass or a crab that might grab that your soft plastic bait. And oftentimes when it's a bass fishing like that, it doesn't move. You just feel a little bit of weight. And a lot of guys have not only jerked a few small bass out of that vegetation, but also some blue crab. Don't see that many places.
No, we will not see that on Lake St. Clair, I don't think.
But we didn't think we'd see a 9-pounder at Lay Lake either, You never know what we might see. We've seen Clark close to winning an Elite Series event several times. Even earlier this year, one of our first events, he was certainly in the mix. But I guarantee you he knew when he put that 4+ pounder in the boat, I've really got a legitimate shot today.
Clark Wendlandt has literally seen it all in this industry. I mean, was once on a Kellogg's box and
there that I didn't see.
Everything he's accomplished, 4 Angler of the Years. He's seen so many things come, so many technologies come into this industry, whether it be on or off the water. But he loves some live bass fishing. I mean, and who doesn't love live bass fishing? It's just hard to believe. We all get to see it go down in just a few years ago. This, honestly, that's what is different that's happening here. You think about it like when you tune into a football game, they've been televising football games for years. Right. The technology and the ability to watch these anglers no matter where they go, I love it, you love it, and so does Clark Wendlandt.
Live fishing is, to me, it's my very, very favorite thing to watch. Now, I'm a fisherman, but there's a whole lot of fishermen out there. And the thing about it is that when you're watching live, you're seeing moment by moment, decision by decision. See, there's a whole lot of decisions that go into our day, each and every day. The whole year comes down to many, many micro decisions. And I like seeing what happens when a guy goes in and how he makes each one of those decisions. Daggum, what a fish. Oh my gosh. Whoa!
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Dakota Lithium.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here in Orange, Texas, the final southern stop of 2023. After this, it's all north all the time, starting with Lake St. Clair next. But we got to decide who our champion is here first in Orange, Texas. Championship Sunday, 10 anglers remain in competition on the Sabine River. And we got to find out who's going to win this title. Now let's have a look at our playing field.
You saw the 6 of the 10 anglers within about 2 miles of takeoff. Alex Wetherill about 42 to 43 miles away from takeoff. Said he was going to expand the area that he had fished the previous 3 days and try to find a little better quality fish. Had a slower start this morning, but he's been putting them in the boat pretty often here in the last hour. The only angler we've seen fishing a frog so far today.
Jeez, choke that. Oh yeah. Number 4.
It is so ironic that he would get his Elite Series career rolling in Texas. We all thought it would happen late in the year, but like you said, it'd be great to carry on some good momentum those last 3 events.
1-1.
Getting it started down here in the heat of the South.
One thing we learn is you never know when it's going to happen. It's not always the one you circle on the calendar. And Alex Wetherill made his first 50 cut and his first top 10 this week. And
just waiting for this bite to be the big one.
A lot more of him. But he's not the only one. Maddie Wong, former Bass Nation national champion. 2 years ago, his boat was a year older than he is. He had a black and white graph, won Bass Nation, qualified for the Classic, and now he's in Elite Series.
A right decision.
Pro Fishing Championship Sunday.
Oh.
Yeah. Kind of like the Hawaiian version of the guy from Happy Gilmore. You know, find your zone. Tap, tap it in, Happy. Tap, tap a root.
Excitement.
Good solid fish there from Maddie.
See, the main thing I think with these fish is you just got to keep showing them something new. And, oh yeah, she goes 2 pounds. Stop, stop, Missy. Come on, come on. Don't make me sedate you. I'll give you that G juice. I don't want to hit that guy. Hold on. Yeah. I'll take care of this thing. Sorry. Talking too much, man. Getting too excited. I'm like gonna wreck my boat. Oh boy. Thanks, Cole.
As you can see, there's one big thing that makes our sport different. It's played on a public playing field. And we have our tournament leader, Brock Mosley. And one thing that stands out about him is the brotherhood of tournament pros that want to see him win. And you see the champ right there, Hank Cherry. Then you see Tyler Rivette, who's already won earlier this year. Is in the top 3 in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. I think Brad Watley's out there.
Yeah, I'm trying to see exactly who all that is.
Oh, I know who that is.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty cool. Them being, you know what I mean? Like, I get it there. It's your buddy, but everybody wants to get home after a road trip. But to not only just stick around to see if this can happen for them, but to be on the water, cheering them on.
Yeah, it's got to mean a lot for Brock to see them out there with him. Give him a little extra boost of confidence.
Davey, you've been there. At this point in Brock's career, after being as close as he's been, are the voices starting to talk in his head?
I'll be honest with you, they were probably talking in his head this morning real early. And he did a good job of not showing it, but I would have to say that they were probably there this morning a little bit.
Let's go.
Another good fish here for Alex.
Okay, I guess we're going to do a little bit more of that.
Mixing it up a little bit there. That wasn't a frog. It's blue creature bait. Pitching in that matted vegetation there along the shoreline. Looks like he's found his area that he was looking for. Hadn't fished the previous 3 days, but...
Yeah, 115 or 2 even.
He's caught his 5th keeper. He only had 2 about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah. 2-pounder, baby. That's what we're talking about. Yes, sir, number 5.
Speaking of the voices that may or may not be in Brock Mosley's head, I think Brock has done a really good job, and this is nothing but a compliment, a really good job in the last year or two, really kind of holding his emotions in a little bit more than showing them so.
It's nice, though. It's not too hot. It's hot.
Bluntly, I guess it would be a way to say it.
But it's not.
He is.
When I was with Brandon the other day, we were in a spot, and it was.
Speaking of blunt emotions. Keep or not. Matt Robertson hooked up.
Yeah, exactly.
You always know what he's thinking.
We will find out.
By that, I'm saying I think Brock realizes that this fishing career is not a sprint. It's a marathon kind of thing. You're going to have your highs and lows. You're going to have your ups and downs.
We'll
and
take him.
Appreciate every moment because not a lot of people get to fish for a living.
I only have 1 cold bobber. Oh, Brad Watley left his cold balls in here. So I got a couple extra today. Give me right in one of those days. He had his fish tag.
Checking with our 4-box. Mosley, Poche, Wong, and Schryock.
So do you think, I know you've been trying to get it out of him all week. You've asked Keith Poche, do you have a little secret pond that you're saving for Championship Sunday? And he never really said he did. Do you think he does and he just hasn't let it out yet?
I don't know if you've noticed, but he hasn't answered any of my questions. I mean, he gives me
I wasn't
words,
gonna go
but
there.
they're never an answer. Like on day one on stage, I said, because he had posted in pre-fish, he said, I'm not pre-fishing. I'm going into this event blind. I mean, obviously he was here before the cutoff, but the 3 days before, he said he was not. So that was my question on day one. He didn't answer that. He has not answered about the secret pond, but I'm feeling like no, because we'd see that now. But, I mean, who knows? I mean, there'll be an adventure ahead with him, I'm sure.
Well, thank you for answering my question, Dave.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he. I mean, if he had a secret pond, he'd be there by now, don't you think?
I think so, yeah. I'm a little surprised that he doesn't. Yeah. But that's why I asked, because I think we would have seen it this morning.
Well, there's lots more to see in this tournament. Don't start thinking it's over, because as soon as you start thinking that, you see a few big bites, and all of a sudden, our tournament leader, who so many desperately want to see win here today, Brock Mosley, a 5-time Elite Series bridesmaid, is in the lead, but they're chasing him down. And we got 10 anglers left in this tournament, but only one of them is in control of their own destiny, and that is Brock Mosley. Who's the scariest guy behind him, Davey Height?
Oh, you know, I've got to say it's the obvious answer because he's in second, but Clark Wendlandt with so much experience and really wanting to hold that blue trophy. But don't forget about Maddie Wong, Keith Poche, Hunter Schryock, and never forget about Matt Robertson.
Lots of fishing up to come, but me and you done. After this, the crew back at the studio will be taking over things. T, Z, Ronnie, and Such, and we'll see it all end this afternoon.
Home to iconic wins for Secretariat, Seattle Slew, and American Pharaoh. The most famous final furlong in the history of racing is coming to Fox. Don't miss the 155th running of the Belmont Stakes. Coverage begins Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox. And back, thanks to Dave and Davey for some great on-location coverage. Go ahead, Z.
I had no idea you were so into horse racing.
I'm not total. I'm not, you know.
You're fairly knowledgeable.
I dip my toe in it once in a while.
He's not into it. He is it.
Scared to jump in the pool. Well,
we have had during that great live coverage from Dave and Davey there. They presided over a big shift in the winds of change here, as Clark Wendlandt, one of the most feared, wily, and respected people in the sport of bass fishing, has caught himself a 4-pounder, which in this context is a giant here, and changed the landscape.
It is like catching Nessie. It's like catching the Loch Ness Monster that's non-existent. And really what has happened, most of all, looking at Clark Wendlandt and Brock Mosley, is Brock Mosley's biggest nightmare. Clark Wendlandt is one big hook set to taking the lead. One big bite, and he has done that.
Sir. It's very, very tight now.
Wendlandt started third, 4 pounds, 14 ounces back.
How many was that, Such?
4 pounds, 14 ounces.
Wow.
Kind of made that up.
So that's where Brock was saying this morning, if I catch 10 pounds, I'm making someone catch the biggest bag of the tournament to try to win.
It's been rare, but over the 5 tournaments we've had, 3 bags over 16 pounds. Mosley had a 15-10 last time here in 2021.
Well, and the benefit that Clark has today, and we talked about it earlier on FS1, that area, you look over his right-hand shoulder, that had about 25 boats in it. Days 1 and 2 probably had 15 yesterday, and he has really free reign. The only other angler that's kind of in that region is Kyle Welcher, so a lot of room to move for Clark Wendlandt.
I don't know, probably 2.5 pounder. I'm putting this thing away, more or less.
Brock Mosley did have a slight upgrade 30 minutes ago, 25, 30 minutes ago.
Which could prove huge.
Sure.
And I haven't caught any quality fish past mid-morning here. I think Taylor's is shot. So much pressure up there. I was going to run way up the Natchez and hit some of them Cypress lakes. There again, you know, I'd be only fishing for, you know, 1 or 2 bites. That's what we're looking for. I wish I would have caught that one on the buzzbait earlier that hit it. It'd make this decision a lot easier.
See, Poche is starting to make his way out of that backwater pond. Like we said, he has a few really solid one-fish spots that he will run on the way back.
I mean, my decision would be a lot easier if I had a pound or more or less than what I got.
Mosley considering moves that could be made. I don't think Clark Wendlandt is going to move at all. He said he's got 6-7 miles to fish of this stretch of water.
He is going to take her in the ditch or win this tournament where you see him at right there.
You look at our top 3 right now, Brock Mosley, Clark Wendlandt, Maddie Wong. Brock to Clark is about 1.5 pounds, 1 3/4. And Maddie is 4 pounds back. That is the sign of someone who hasn't gotten the big bite, someone who caught it, and someone who lost it. Yeah. And it's just that close.
I said what I had to have today was really a great day. I felt like whoever's going to win this is going to have a great day, and I've had a great start to the day. I mean, great. I could not have scripted it any better for here. I mean, I've caught a 2.5, probably, a 4. I mean, come on. That's by far the biggest fish I've caught in practice or the tournament. So, and then I've got 3 other ones that are decent, So, I know what I need. I need a couple more fish, and I guess it just depends on how everybody else does. But I can't. I feel great about it. Still got some clouds, but the wind's died. It's just slick as glass in here. So, I'm just flipping now and really just looking for the right one. Yesterday in the afternoon, they seemed to, I caught the majority of my better fish early yesterday, but I just thought it was kind of not a fluke, but that's just kind of the way it went. And today I've caught them pretty good early, but yesterday in the afternoon, they seemed to bite. And so, there was kind of a storm, not real close to us, but a little ways away, and a couple bolts of thunder, and everything felt like it was good, and we caught quite a few fish late. So I realized I probably need a couple more good ones, and those are just impossible. I mean, it's hard when you're out here fishing like this. You're working, you catch a little one, catch a little one, you don't catch anything for a long time. It's just hard to stay right because you're really looking for about 3 key ones a day. That's what this is all about for me, is three good ones a day. And it goes down in front of the right fish. Hopefully he'll bite and I'll catch him.
All of our anglers don't know where they stand in the standings, but you can tell Clark knows he needs 1 bite. From everything he is saying, he knows exactly where he's at.
4-pound plus that opened the door for Brock Mosley yesterday to run away from everybody. Opened the door for Clark Wendlandt to run down Brock Mosley almost.
Kind of looks like
kind of feel like it's just a little bit of a lull. I don't know if it's everywhere on the Sabine like that, but every day, in the morning it's been pretty good, and then there's been a period of time that it just wasn't that good. And I kind of thought it was a little bit weather related. The sun gets up, the morning deal's over, and I don't really know, to be honest with you, but I'm hoping there's another flurry in the afternoon, or if not, that I just pitch in front of the exact right fish.
Groups going to be fishing a little longer today than they have in the events so far this year. It's a 9-hour day. They will fish till 4 Eastern, 3 Central Time.
Really take a look at what Clark Wendlandt's done today, and it has been a masterful performance. Your mercury move of the day, Clark Wendlandt, and really he still has some room to move, and the biggest shot right there, you can call it a unicorn, you could call it Sasquatch, Nessie, whatever it is. That fish at 9:11 a.m., that is such a needle in a haystack on this body of water, putting him in contention for this win. Mercury move of the day, by far and away. And you could call those weights a little bit light. Clark does not like to give us exactly what's in that. No. For some reason, doesn't like to be exact. He likes to be a little bit low. So you can consider him a little bit heavier than 11 pounds and 1 ounce. But you see it right there, putting the pressure on Brock Mosley, trying to chase down his first win. One guy pretty much standing in the way right now, and that's Clark Wendlandt, your Mercury move of the day.
Yeah, Clark told us without a doubt he was going low all the time
for the rest of his
today,
life.
He said so today.
Hey, if you really kind of look at what he's done, little Strike King spinnerbait, little compact spinnerbait, and a very compact tungsten jig with a small rage craw trailer is his bait rotation. Going to that back to that spinnerbait, you would think as throttled as Hildebrandt Bayou has been this week, that going back to that spinnerbait might be a little too aggressive. Not the case. The majority of the weight that's in his live well, except for that big one, really has come on that spinnerbait today. So bait choice has been huge for Wendlandt.
A 3-pounder for Clark with a 1.5 pounds being his smallest is that's the biggest blow of the day, just because that makes up that extra little gap.
It's Kyle Welcher. Same area. That may be his best of the day so far. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Heck yeah. Pound 3/4 one there. Man, that was number 3. I better double check.
Well, that ties
Dude,
his
that
best
was a
of
good
the
one
day.
we bit it.
Well, made the comment at the start of this event on Bassmaster.com that it would go down to the last cast, and it looks like that is exactly, eerily similar to the last tournament on Lay Lake.
Lay Lake, it did absolutely go down to the last cast of the day. Yeah, Kyle Welcher, in fact, has a brace of those 1 3/4 ones right there. Those are good ones. In the context of this tournament, absolutely. Brock Mosley, though, hanging on to that lead. He would like for time to run out here in about 5 minutes, but no, there's plenty more time to fish. They will fish till 3 o'clock local time here today, so lots to transpire before this one is settled on the Sabine River. So great to have you with us in this live coverage. We step away for a moment and be right back.
The Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapalon.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Craig Herrera, and here's a look at the Bassmaster Elite forecast as we go through the tournament this weekend at Sabine Lake, Orange, Texas. Boy, what a day. You're dealing with more in the way of some humidity. Temperatures way up to 90 degrees, and yes, the chance for a few scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the mix. Of course, the humidity could also play a factor for you. Take it easy out there, and best of luck to everyone. Remember, you can always download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Thank you, Craig, and all the folks at Fox Weather for that. It's been a pretty easy job for them this week.
Well, and the other thing, whoa, easy now.
That was
easy, Zachary.
That was
hey, the one
easy.
thing about Craig, he's actually a big-time bass fisherman. This body of water, not in his wheelhouse. He is a clear water. He's a finesse fisherman.
You
Does not
said
like
that at
tidal
Murray.
fisheries.
You said that at Murray.
Yes, I did.
Likes
And said he is really looking forward to the northern swing, and I mean that. He has got a done mouthful of flounder or
Man,
something.
that is a flounder
right, or
dinner
a funnel cake
right around the corner
from last night.
Yeah, retrieving a frisbee.
Floating outside Orange.
Oh, love Craig Herrera, always bringing it.
Oh, yeah. Always on top of it. 10 anglers out there today. We started with 103. They fished for 2 days. We cut it to 50, and now we're down to the 10. And now we've got a game.
Yeah,
a
we
game
do.
on.
Taking a look at our playing field. Actually, if you remember, Craig Herrera fished a nation championship here. Tried to
What?
run to
No.
Galveston Bay and ran out of
No,
gas.
that's not-
He did.
I think that
He
was
did.
different. That was Craig somewhere
I
else.
got to fact check you. I don't know what year that
Yeah,
was.
I'm
I
not
gotta
sure
look.
about that.
I gotta look.
Keith Poche on the way out from his
he is.
little deep water hole there. He's been working for the past 3 days. And swinging and missed the Clark Wendlandt.
Be interesting to watch how Keith Poche manages the rest of his day. This is the first time this week that he is leaving that backwater pond without a limit.
Really high right now. I need to find something to kind of mark it, so when it starts to pull out, we'll know.
You mentioned Clark may be a little bit low, but Brock Mosley, he may be weighing him, but he may not be inputting his exact weight.
Given all the juice.
He may be a little bit low.
Could be.
Hank Cherry, Tyler Rivette are following Brock. Said that he might be about 3/4 of a pound low from what it says. 8 even. He's closer to 9 than 8.
Those are his roommates, as we've pointed out.
Huh? There went one there. It was little.
Power washing one of the barges behind Brock right now.
If you miss the cut at the Sabine, I heard that's a part of the deal with the city is the anglers that miss the cut have to help out around town.
That's unusual.
Is that? Oh, is it? It might be like the out of gas thing. I'm not sure.
Brock Mosley, lifetime of dedication to bass fishing. Actually got the fever after attending his very first Bassmaster Classic. That's what really got him fired up about the sport.
Yes! Yes! My dad always took me pond fishing when I was younger, real young, and my uncle. It's just always what I wanted to do. It was always one of them things that just always made me happy. One day in the late 90s, my dad took me to the Bassmaster Classic in Birmingham, and I was like, whoa, you know, guys actually making a living doing this. I was like, that's what I want to do when I grow up. There he is. Yes! Yeah! The future of our sport is probably brighter than ever. I want kids to know that this isn't easy.
3-pounder.
But I also want them to know it is possible to make a living
in this career if you work hard and put your time in.
Again.
If you do make it, never take it for granted. Because I look back and I look at all the guys fishing the Opens trying to make the Elite Series. And I see kids showing up at our weigh-ins looking at us like we're rock stars when we're literally probably just all a bunch of rednecks with the same dream. Don't take it for granted. Work hard. Do not fail because of lack of effort. Mississippi Special.
Might make you feel old, Tommy, that you and I covered that classic that he was talking about.
Yes, we did. that footage that was barely even in color that we just watched there.
One of our early surges from the Bassmaster College Series. Coming from Ole Miss, he won a college regional at Guntersville before, and about now, Tommy, 25% of the Elite Series, field is from the college ranks in that feeder system.
Played some college baseball at Delta State before he transferred to Ole Miss.
Did you know that he had the Bo Jackson injury in high school, where you separate your hip and break your pelvis or whatever the injury he had
No,
that in
I
high
didn't
school.
know that.
We're playing football.
Wow.
Really looking at that spinnerbait bite right there earlier this morning with Brock Mosley. Predominantly what he's weighed in this week has been on that old school topwater popper, a 4-inch Yamamoto Senko, whether it's been Texas rigged or kind of power drop shotting around this area. Said he missed one bigger one earlier this morning. But that was his game plan all along, really, those two baits that he has caught him on. Ready to get away from that power washing anyway, back with Alex Wetherill.
Yeah. Lots of barges, busy place, commercial traffic is huge here. Wetherill hooked up again. Got a good one about 20 minutes ago.
Really fished a good tournament.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. That'll call. $111. Let's go. Red, blue, and black are the good ones. Red, green. Where's them? Red, green, white. Where's yellow? There you are.
I think Such nailed it too. You know, we've got a few more minutes here on FS1, I think 45 more minutes, but a lot of the bigger bass have definitely come later in the afternoon. Clifford perch yesterday with one over 5.
mentioned big fish. Perch with a 5.5. The day before, David Williams jumped into our cut with a 5.5. Pipkins with a 5.12, and Schryock with a 5.9 kind of rode those with their big bags on day one into Championship Sunday.
Can't quit watching that gator bubble trail there. Keith Poche's area.
And this is kind of what we got to see. This is Tidal Fishing 101 now, is where they are biting almost every other cast, and then you have a lull period, and there will be some sort of movement in that water later in the day, and it will absolutely reignite.
Said absolute high tide, which is when it starts to slack off, and even maybe 30 minutes before it's officially high tide, it slacks off. That is right in the next 15, 20 minutes.
Wow.
So it's probably slacking off in some places and still might be moving for those closer to the intercoastal.
Right now, the lead still belongs to Brock Mosley. He could do with a keeper or two to feel better about it himself, and of course, to break a little bit away from Clark Wendlandt. Clark Wendlandt had a fantastic day out there today, completely outfishing everyone else in the top 10 as it stands right now. A lot of patience on display, staying in that area all week. It's been a thing of beauty, but Brock Mosley looking to hold him off. Take a break and be right back. Later today, Week 8 of the 2023 USFL season is on Fox with back-to-back games as Memphis takes on New Jersey at 1 Eastern, then Michigan battles New Orleans at 4. All kicks off today on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
One of the big storylines we've been talking about, guys, is the lowest weight in Elite Series history. What is the 4-day lowest weight total? We've talked about that event in general. Looking back at the Sabine River, as I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, at the Sabine River, we have to always asterisk 2013 and 2015 Louisiana waters were still in play. That explains why it's a little bit higher weight. They also were first week of March tournaments. We used to have the Bassmaster Classic around this time, but it was in February, so the elite season started in March. We started our years there. Then in 2018, we had it the same week we do right now. The first week of June in 2018, 2021, we had it in April. So we see all these different weights, the impacts of hurricanes, things like that. We are right around that 43 and change mark, possibly based on Bass Track, maybe being a little low for Brock Mosley, certainly being low maybe by a pound or so for Clark Wendlandt. 43 is that range, which then brings a lot of other factors into play. Kevin Short, former Bassmaster Elite Series Pro, posted last night on social media the one record that he knows for sure that he has still from his time on the Elite Series is the lowest 4-day winning weight in a Bassmaster Elite Series event, 43 pounds 3 ounces at the Mississippi River in the Fort Madison, Iowa pools. I think that was 2009 season. That was on the back-to-back leg after almost 100 pounds the week before in Kentucky Lake. But then looking down right below the top one, the Sabine River, the last visit here, Jason Christie, 43.15. Then we had West Point Lake in 2013, 46.6. Delaware River, when Mike Iaconelli won in 2014, was 47.14. And then you look back at the Greg Hackney victory here, 48 and change. So a couple of the lowest weight events in history with the Sabine River, but a lot different mindset for the anglers. They're getting a lot of bites, the shots on goal. They have those. Some of these other places we go that might have lower weights, they were either in a downturn and bites were at a premium, not quality, bites were at a premium.
Yes, yeah, and that's Tommy, we called every one of those tournaments. And I'm going to tell you the two most traumatizing in there is the Kevin Short one and the Delaware River, because here's the difference. These guys have got to, they got to set the hook a lot here this week, okay? Granted, they're not the biggest ones, but from an action standpoint, this is not even in the realm of those two tournaments.
Oh, no. It was slim pickings.
Yes.
At those places. But, there's urban tournaments like the Delaware River and Three Rivers in Pittsburgh.
Sure.
They have a different sort of vibe to them, a different feel, and you can sort of excuse a lot of the.
I don't know if it was Mercer and an angler yesterday at the weigh-in that said a lot of the locals love to see the anglers when they stop biting here really grind and struggle. And I know they feel about the commentators the same way. Whenever it slows down.
The more pain, the better.
Boy, you can joke around that it is slow, but it will definitely, when that tide gets moving again today, one of these anglers, whether it's Mosley or Clark, is going to have a shot, an eagle shot, if you put it in the golf terms, and it's which one executes.
Yeah, there's going to be a triple and maybe even a home run available.
Now, about that concert last night, you take a look at that group right there. I think we got a Tyler Rivette, Hank Cherry looking like he was at the concert last night. That whole crew was at that concert.
Yeah, they're still in recovery mode. That's what they're doing.
And one thing about the dynamic of roommates and situation, Hank Cherry, 2-time Classic champion, has been roommates with Tyler Rivette and Brock Mosley through both of those victories. Tyler Rivette wins at Okeechobee this year and gets his blue trophy. It's not any more pressure on Brock because Brock puts enough as a competitor, but you put in 5 seconds, you see your roommates have that success. You've been so close. If anything, you've been the best AOY standing out of the group the last few
Consistency.
years. When's it going to happen for me? That's when we kind of get a little, when's it going to happen for me? And so to see them support him this way, because they know how much it would mean. And I think Dave and Davey mentioned it. The $100,000 that he'll win today is awesome, fantastic. It helps for sure. But having a blue trophy to put on a mantle or on your case is something that these guys aspire for since they've been kids.
But we opened this show many hours ago and talked about his 5 second-place finishes. Look, some of those were also when Brock is not a silver spoon, man. He didn't come out here with a bankroll behind him. Granted, you didn't hold the trophy. I know this sounds nuts, but you ask, would he trade those second-place finishes for one victory? Just from a longevity and keeping your career going, you got to say no because it kept him out here.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Like you think about 2017, you'd love to get those 2 wins, but those 2 seconds at the moment
kept him going,
kept him qualified for the elite. He was about to be on his way out, and at the end of the year, he needed those seconds, not for the money, not for just to stay pro level.
Yeah, that's
kind of
the pressure to win is big. The pressure just to keep your job is real pressure.
Absolutely.
That's the kind that really works on you.
Slower day today for Kenneth Kamura. Boy, he's
surprisingly
been masterful at putting limits in the live well.
Had a great thing going on day number 1 that just couldn't quite
Went away.
reignite. Yeah.
Excuse me.
See a lot of your anglers. Brock Mosley has been steady at work, but
still looking.
Trouble a little bit on the other side of our takeoff.
And we're going to go down that bank for a little bit.
Chad
I caught a
Pipkin's
keeper
gonna
on that
carry
little
it.
point over there.
Oh, yeah.
In one cast.
He takes the baton and
Never went the
goes.
other way, so we're going to go explore that way a little bit and see if we can land on him. I'm feeling good, man. My average finish here is literally like 90th, and I've got 100-something, 3 mid-90s, and a 60-something. So we brought the average up a little bit, and I was needing one. You don't want to go into the last 3 events. Granted, they're smallmouth tournaments, and I feel like I got a good shot to do well. You don't want to go into those needing 3 top 5s to make the Classic. now we're, you know, back on track. If I had 3 decent finishes, we could slide in there. So hopefully win one anyway, but I like my chances a little better now, and fishing's all about rhythm and getting on a good roll. And I've had 5 tournaments now, counting the open and stuff. I just had that one bad day at Santee, but we've been on a little streak of catching bass, making some good decisions, and that's what it's all about. You're gonna miss fish here and there, but in the end of the day, if you're making good decisions and getting bit, it's gonna happen. You know, just when does it happen, you know? And we're gonna slide over here and get some bites. That's when it's gonna happen. Excited to get home for a little break after this. Play with the kids, go swimming, do a little work, do a little drink, do a little golf, and do a little bit more fishing. Because it's smallmouth season, baby. Just need a few more largemouth to finish out the year down in Texas, and we will be in good shape.
2 more largemouth. He'll have his
And
20
my
fish
goodness,
limit
there
for the
could be
tournament.
Wow.
Come on.
Be good to have that.
I'm still floored.
Pretty
I haven't
important for
gotten
him
this
to
going yet.
get in classic contention. He started 82nd. Right now he's about 65th going up north. Like he did last year. He climbed inside.
He has a lot of
classic.
work to do yet.
Yes.
Up
Oh,
north.
yeah.
Kenta Kimura also, he's got about 3 more to go to a limit, and the only other angler in our 10 without a limit is Keith Poche. Still stuck on 4, but that's a kind of a different story for him, because whatever he catches next goes right to his bottom line. Could put him right there in the middle of the mix. You never know. Absolutely not. We have got, gosh, 4 more hours of fishing time left out.
Plenty of time.
On the Sabine River. There can be so much to transpire in those 4 hours coming up here. Championship Sunday at the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite here at the Sabine River. We'll be right back.
Yes!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Live coverage continuing from Championship Sunday at this event on the Sabine River, the 6th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. As we just mentioned, 4 more hours of fishing, basically, for these 10 who will check in at 4 Eastern Time, 3 Central Time. That's local time. Shortly after check-in, the weigh-in commences. Bassmaster.com is where you will find that. You want to drop in and check out and see who gets crowned the 6th champion of the year, 2023, the series. Let's get back out on the water. Hunter Schryock with a great start to his day today. Just a good day all around for Hunter.
And he said he learned back in a Bassmaster Open here years ago, don't overthink it. Don't use a lot of gas, put your trolling motor down, and maximize your time. And he has done that this week.
Giant. And that's how you make up ground. That's how you make up some ground, boys. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, man. That's how you make up some dang ground. What is that? 2.5? 2 something? It's a big one for here. All right. That just happened. Let's go. We got a call. I'm gonna have you jump up here. Sorry, same fire drill. Same place that I caught the 5.9.
Boy, he has tried to make that reaction bite work since day one. Majority of what we've seen so far has been all flipping those pilings. Really good call right there with a bladed jig.
What's that? 5'10", 5'10" plus 5.5. Yeah, you're right. 5.10 plus 5.5 would put us at 10.5 pounds. It looks a lot bigger than that, does it not? It does. Because I think that 3 might be a little over 3, and I think that 2.5. I don't know.
I'd say we're pushing 11. Doesn't matter. I'm just in my head, just thinking.
Should put
Big
Hunter up
bite.
into third place, right, Such?
It's exactly what we needed.
I think just in fourth behind Maddie Wong.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we probably don't have two 180s. We probably have a 2-pounder, a 180, and a 1.5 pounds. So then that puts us at that 10 pounds, 12 ounces type deal, probably. So you're spot on because you're 10.8, and we're probably about 10.12.
Going to gain some points no matter what today because he started the day in 10th.
Gain some money, too. That could be $10,000 increase right there.
Oh, yeah. Gonna go look at
there's that airboat again.
Dave and Davey getting done with their midday break on
that's
FS1.
not Dave and Davey.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think so. You know.
Jacob
Maybe so.
Perosnik.
No, that's
Wait, he took
okay.
a good old-fashioned
All right.
drubbing at the concert last night.
Well, that's a way to clear the
boy.
cobwebs out of the head. Big ride on the
Exactly.
airboat. Get up on land, go through the parking lot a couple of times, and give the people something to think about.
Schryock was pretty excited with that 2.5 pounder. Imagine what happened when he caught a 5.9 on day one.
You know, what's weird is we were talking about him earlier. It's, you know, how can you equate growing up fishing in Ohio and doing well in a tournament like that? Not a lot, but here's what, look, Indiana and Ohio, they are tough fishing states. And, you know, that, knowing that just catching a 5 bass limit, how critical that is, that's where you learn that. Him and his brother, that's how they cut their teeth fishing in tournaments where a 7 to 9 pound limit is big. You know, that's where he has an advantage.
Serves him well. You're not spoiled when you grow up in a place like that, you know. Not so much today, but especially back in the day, you'd hear people say, I just don't want to fish this. I want to fish someplace where I can catch them. That's like a kid in school saying, I just want tests where I know the answers. You know, that's not the way it works. It doesn't work that way.
Schryock he mentioned it throughout the week, he got his heart broken the final event of the season. Normally, if you make the cut in the final event of the season, you probably secured your classic spot. He was in the top 20 going into the day 3 at the Mississippi River, dropped down to 36th and ends up missing the classic by 1 point because he fell back on day 3.
You're right, I forgot about that.
Had a great event, got paid, sent home with money. Normally you're fine. And he missed out on the bigger prize of fishing in the classic this year, and so he's determined. What is he? I think he's in the top
eighth right now
top
in
10
AOI.
points.
He's pretty secure.
Well, don't say that, Such. Greg Hackney here in 2018 was 9th after winning this and dropped out and missed the classic in the 40s. So pretty safe is what we'll say. Pretty safe.
Could be safe.
Could be safe. Possibly safe.
Actually, Keith Poche, we're showing on our tracking that he is back in the pond.
Well, it sure looks like it. I was going to say.
There was quite a bit of current coming through there, so he may use that during the day to try to catch a fish that maybe pulls
But he was straight up. He was, you know, I heard Dave and Davey talking about, I asked him too, you know, do you have another little sneaky pond that you can get into and hard for other anglers to access? And he said, I don't. And he said, the biggest thing is I have to go back here because his, you know, better quality came out of here yesterday, mid-morning. And it has been a lot slower today for Keith Poche.
It's always hard to predict where the tide is at a specific point on the map, but you've got to think it's going to be a while before that place starts draining out there.
Oh, based on Poche's equipment and how long it takes him to get in and out and back to take, he'll probably be long gone from the pond by the time it starts to drop out, with high tide being an hour later today than what it was yesterday.
Did you see any of the photos on Bassmaster.com of that concert last night?
No, I did not.
It was enormous. It really was.
Who was the artist?
How many ships in Orange, Texas at the Navy mothball?
What now? Wait, Bassmaster trivia.
Yeah.
How many ships in Orange, Texas at the Navy mothball fleet?
Right.
89, 101.
See, I studied this in school. This was my
child
minor. I
10 should
majored
know
in
this,
journalism,
but I'm
minor
blanking on it. Is it 89? Is it 101, 154, or 189?
Used to be a Navy maintenance place, and then they put a lot of decommissioned ships there, so they were housing them there, and there's a good reason why, because of the fresh water that comes down.
I was in the 185 realm, so I'm going to stick around 189.
I'll take the one down. I'll go to 154.
100 is just too even of a number. They wanted one more ship in there.
Wow.
Wow, you are right.
The largest in the world of 1 point.
And these are decommissioned ships, Sue?
Yeah, they were working on some of them doing maintenance.
Okay, all right. I'll be darned.
And the one thing that we have definitely seen of all the Tidal tournaments that we have covered, whether it is here, Chesapeake Bay, Winyah Bay, when they are biting generally all over the system, and when they're not, they are not.
Yeah, it's off.
It's
a
off.
switch.
Right.
It's a switch.
Well, that tide is, seriously, if you're watching this on FS1 and you never fished tide, we talked about it a lot. Ronnie nailed it at the Screen of Knowledge. A lot of these fish live their life by that water movement, and it is a clock, it is a fan that brings the food to them. And when it is not moving, they are not active. It's not like they just swim a mile away. They're still in that same area, and that's the tricky thing about a tide. You could fish through the best 100-yard stretch, and if it is not the correct tide and somebody moves in behind you on the correct tide, they can load the boat. That is what's very unique about that.
Keith Poche looking like he is now kind of get things squared away to make a bit of a run. We'll see.
It's got to clear his throat, stay hydrated.
Oh, yeah. Hard to remember to do that when it's not as warm as it was before. Some cloud cover today. A little bit drier air. No, still going. So we will see if Keith Poche can fill his limit out, and with what size fish. That'll be important to the narrative here. What's going on right now is Brock Mosley started the day with the lead. And a good lead, around 5 pounds. And that lead has been diminished, down closer to a pound, depending on what Clark Wendlandt has. So we will see what transpires. There's still plenty of fishing time left here on the Sabine River, connected waterway. So this one's far from over. We will be back to continue our coverage in just a few moments. All right, good deal. NHRA action. Epping, New Hampshire, coming up just around the corner in just a few minutes when we finish our live coverage here of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River. Brian Loans, the whole crew getting ready to roll up there in New Hampshire. We are rolling here. Still got plenty of time fishing left for these 10 anglers who are left on Championship Sunday. Today, we've got Brock Mosley, who's led for the last 2 days, trying to make it 3 days in a row and collect his very first blue trophy, a championship on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's been trying and been so close for a long, long time.
Tommy, you're absolutely right. I think from the first hour of Friday morning's coverage, Brock Mosley has been the unofficial or the official leader and has not relinquished it one bit. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge for the last time before we sign off from FS1. Wanted to, for the folks at home who wonder what baits you can use at some of these places, what comfort zone, obviously each angler has their own style, certain things that they're really good at, some things that you have to be good at when you come to the Sabine River. And one thing with our Bass Pro Shop's top lures, that you'll see is kind of the adjustments and the changes day to day. Brock Mosley's really stuck with kind of a two-bullet, approach. He's got a pop-R for his topwater lure that we've seen every morning catch tons of fish. Normally when you opt for topwater, you may go for quality over quantity. He's been able to do both with that this week. Also, when he went farther towards the coast, he would flip in Taylor's Bayou and things like that. Then we go to Kinta-Kimura. Way back in some of these canals and creeks, fishing hard cover with moving baits through the first 2 days of competition, a spinnerbait and a crankbait. But then he has had to make an adjustment once he came closer to Orange, Texas, to slow down and flip a little bit. He's using a Zoom trick worm, also a bait that he has designed. It is a Japanese-only bait. It is not sold in the U.S. yet. Love to get our hands on that for future use from Kinta-Kimura. Maybe he could oblige. Then a big bait that we've seen over the last few days that's different than others, same kind of approach as these guys flipping soft plastics, is Clark Wendlandt's compact tungsten flipping jig that Mark Zona talked about with a Rage Caught trailer. He has been flipping that around all the cover. His second bullet in his approach was that spinnerbait that really came into play today when the wind changed. Now, when we think about what they're trying to imitate, what they're trying to emulate out there, the actual forge at the Sabine River, anytime it's tidal, there's so much bait in play. You'll have different kinds of shad, obviously, that are swimming around, mullet, things like that. Also crawfish like we see in normal freshwater lakes and rivers in other parts of the country. This one was a big one from Paul Mueller. Then we have something even crazier.
Whoa. Oh, no.
A baby bird. Jake Whitaker took this photo. He had a 1 pound, 10 ounce bass yesterday. A smaller keeper, a decent one for the Sabine River, but a smaller size keeper, a full size bird, probably 5-6 ounces to his tally there that he would have had. And then also Paul Mueller found in his live well a baby shrimp. So not only do you have the traditional forages you're trying to replicate, crawfish, things like that, maybe some crabs on the coast, but also shrimp. Also, baby birds, man.
Look like a little cliff swallow, a little bridge swallow right there.
We've also looked like a baby grebe. I'm not going to lie. It did.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
A combo of them, yes.
Brock Mosley on the move. We don't know if he's just repositioning here or he's making a full-blown move. That'll be interesting. No, he's just pulling in right there.
He is still sticking close to our takeoff, playing it very safe right now. And man, is it his time. We opened up with Brock Mosley trying to reel in his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory. Kind of looking how consistent he's been, and really the magic whenever you're on the Sabine River is catching one good stringer, and he did that yesterday, 12 pounds and 14 ounces, and creeping around that 10-pound range, protecting that bigger weight. Marathon Peak Performance is today the day. There's a few hours left, and as we said, the dangerous thing in this tournament is Clark Wendlandt is really one swing of the bat. One good one would put him over the top. But Marathon Peak Performance really has been all week long, unofficially 42 pounds and 4 ounces for Brock Mosley.
They were eating it so good yesterday. Now they just...
One of only 4 guys with double digits on 2 days. He sure would like to get his third day, being over 10 pounds.
There's a 4 box of the leaders coming into this final day.
Sitting here contemplating on making a long run.
Wow.
Go try to get 1 bite, 2 bites. Got in this same predicament yesterday. And I did it and didn't catch nothing that upgraded. So, I haven't been able to catch nothing with any quality after mid-morning around here.
Better part of 2 hours since Brock has
I wish I would have left
had a significant
an hour
upgrade.
ago. But I also didn't want to be stupid, too, and risk everything for a couple bites, a bite.
You could really tell his wheels are turning. Huh.
Protecting a lead is a hard thing.
And making a 45-minute to an hour run as we start to approach the noon hour is, that is a gamble.
That is throwing some drama in the mix.
Anything could happen.
Yep.
That's all I need, one bite.
You always feel like your first Elite Series win will be a glorious finish. You don't back your way into a win, but there's that one catch that you just you get in and you feel like you won it.
Not only that.
So Brock, he's looking for that 1-1.
If you look at it, he knocked their lights out this morning, and now he has had a lot of time to sit and think about it.
Mulling it over.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And then when you see others around you, Hunter Schryock, Kenta Kimura, Matt Robertson, Maddie Wong, not catching them, makes you feel a little bit, maybe the system's actually turned off.
Which it has.
Yes, it has. There's no doubt about that, and we could see that coming. Absolutely. Boy, we have seen a lot today, just like every other day. It's been this unique place always gives us a lot.
Absolutely does. Whether you make really long runs or short runs, the great thing about the Sabine River, you are going to see a lot of action on this body of water. And every time we've been here, there is some dynamic that makes it go down to the last cast. And we're definitely going to see this yet again. Almost every single angler got on the stage with Dave Mercer, whether they're the biggest bass of the year or not. The one thing you could say is it is always, you nailed it, Tommy, it's a tournament at the end of the year that we never forget. And same thing this time around. So hats off to the entire city of Orange, Texas.
Absolutely.
Great tournament with
wonderful hosts.
A couple critical hours left of fishing.
Oh man, this was far from decided. A lot to play out in the remaining 3.5 hours of fishing time for these anglers. If you want to check in on that weigh-in, which comes up at 4 Eastern time, go to Bassmaster.com, and that's when the weigh-in will get started. We'll have live mix for you and some continuing coverage here on Bassmaster.com. Live coverage all the way till the end. Championship Sunday, 6th stop of the year. Thanks so much to everyone who can make some time to enjoy this tournament here. We will see you next time on FS1. We'll be up north for the Northern Swing.
Affects them. And you know, there's different spots for different tides that play. You know, with a high tide like we've had most of this week during the day, it's better for hard structure, hard edges, main bayou, stuff like that, compared to fishing the marsh, places like that. You want a outgoing tide. You want that black water coming out, not going in. Lower tide helps that marshy area.
Now, as we're sitting here watching Brock, you see mullet jumping in the background. Are mullets something that these bass key in on here?
So you have the big mullet, and then you'll have the little finger mullet that are about that big you see. I think a lot of them eat those finger mullet, especially the bigger, 2+ pound fish.
Like I seen a ton of those like in backs of creeks, like on the surface, big schools of them, but I never did get any bites around them.
Yeah, a lot of them barges in that area Brock's in got a bunch of scum on it, and they got a bunch of like baby crab, baby brim, baby mullet, all eating that scum and stuff, and they had a lot of fish hanging around in barges, so they do eat them.
Yeah, all those barges, those barnacles, there's crabs all over them. We all saw them all week. They're just hanging on there. They eat. You'll hear them pop one of them just like a brim underneath a pad every now and then. You'll hear them eating them off those barges.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I was flipping this week and I get half my bait back, but the crab is just cutting it in half.
Yeah, they're gorging on crabs and crawfish and brim more than anything. Looks like we're making a move. So Brock's, he might be jumping around there, but he's fishing here, and then he's going to Taylor's Bayou every day. We fish the same stretches over there, so I don't know if he's about to load up and head to Taylor's or what. Looks like him and Maddie are fishing pretty close together.
Looks like he didn't go saltwater fishing today.
Yeah, that liar.
Hoping so you can catch some tuna.
I would have loved that.
There's Clark. Looks like he is up Hildebrandt or Taylor's, one of the two.
Clark get another one of them 4 or 5 pounders. He'll give Brock a run for his money.
Where Clark's at, there's a bunch of them.
Why didn't you tell me this before the tournament?
It wasn't that good the last time we were here. It got better since we were here last. So that was the cleanest water on the system, and it got muddy from that rain. But that system's the most stable. It doesn't have the tide. It doesn't have the saltwater intrusion as far up as he's going. And I don't know where he's at, but just guessing by the background, that's where he's at.
Yeah, I never spent a whole lot of time over there.
So I'll be honest, I was behind Brock leaving the first or second day, and he took a right there, and I kept going. And I was like, what is Brock doing going right? He ain't going to catch nothing over there. He's going to win the tournament over there. Here's Kenta. He is right outside of takeoff. He's right behind us, actually. We could see him if we turned around, probably.
Yeah, you can see him.
Kent had a good tournament. He fished upper Hildebrandt and Taylor's the first day and second day, and he's made it work. I think he ran out of fish, or they got muddy. I didn't talk to him, and he's came back and fished by takeoff the last 3 days and made it work. Stayed in the top 10 and still has a shot.
Do you think that area has so many fish just because there's so many tournaments out of this ramp? It just keeps replenishing when all these tournaments come out of here? Or do you think that they just live here?
You're talking about right here behind us?
Yeah.
I do.
Both. So you have the cut straight across the river, up and below us, that go to the marsh in Louisiana. So you'll have fish filtering in and out of the river system, depending on what's going on time of year. So you just have fresh fish moving in and out those cuts behind us, north and south of us, from Louisiana to the marsh and to the river. And obviously the tournaments too, but there's not that many big tournaments out of here. This is just where they live. You go too much further south and it's saltwater, they get eaten or they die. And you go north and it just turns into just a river for the most part. This is like the delta system right in here. I know it's not really a delta, but it's close. These fish, there's hydrilla, there's milfoil, there's pads, seawalls, wood, everything right here.
Yeah, they got a little bit of everything they need.
Yeah, it's just a system filter right here. It's freshwater estuary right here. All the bait they need, all the cover they need is right here behind us.
Why do you think that they don't get real big here? It just seems like they've got so much food. They got the right conditions. Is it because of like hurricanes that blow all the salt in and kills them?
It's just the system that they live in. They, like I said, if they go south, they die from saltwater or sharks or redfish, and then a hurricane will hit every 3 or 4 years and kill a huge part of the population. And it's just what they are. That subspecies of bass here. It's just those little stocky delta fish, just like anywhere you go on the delta for the most part, whether you're in Delacroix or Venice, or Mobile Bay, anything, you just get that same delta style fish that don't have the long lifespans. Now they grow quick.
You'll get a bunch of them. I mean, it's just like home. They got everything they need for a bass, but we got hurricanes every year, kills a bunch of fish. It's just like that. It's hard to grow big fish when stuff kills them every year.
But then you'll see one like Clifford Perch got yesterday, a 5/8, that just looked like a bass from Lake Fork, as beautiful as it could be. So they're in here.
So the hurricanes, like the big fish never die around the house. Like after a hurricane, you'll still go out there and catch 3 to 5 pounders, but you won't catch many.
Mm-hmm. So what's surprising me is watching the stretch where above takeoff from that Highline Canal die. It had the current, the hydrilla, the milfoil, the pads. Pipkins got him up there. Caleb got him up there. I got him up there. Cox got him up there. And it was really, really good the second day. And it has died up there. It died yesterday for sure. Cox only had a couple, and Caleb didn't catch him very good up there, and neither did I.
That was one stretch in practice where I had a bunch of bites too, and I went up there the first day and I couldn't get on a bite. I mean, it's beautiful out there. We got milfoil, pads, wood, everything, and I don't know if it was a tide issue or what, but it seems like the second day everyone caught them.
So yesterday the tide was coming in real hard, but the wind was blowing with it and pushing it back really hard into the river. So I don't know if that's what stopped it or if we just caught them all. I can't figure that out because Kenta was fishing up there in that section too, and he's down now.
Yeah, it was definitely the incoming tide rolling in yesterday when I was up there. Day 2, it wasn't as hard coming in like that.
It looks like Kenta's looking at his forward-facing sonar. I know he's not using it, but he's looking at it. It's just, and I talked to multiple people that caught fish on it this week. I left my graphs in Longview, Texas. I took my live off, I took my 360 off, and I took my graphs off at the house and came down here and fished without them. But I talked to Patrick Walters. He said he caught 2 different 3-pounders using his forward-facing sonar this week, just off shallow wood.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I had some bites doing that too. Nothing big, obviously, but you're just going down the bank and you see like a lay down or a stick or something out there that you can't visually see, and you pitch out and catch one off of it. It's amazing how that forward-facing sonar has changed everything.
So what do you think you did wrong this week to be outside the cut?
Man, I just didn't get a big bite. I've had a bad year, and I thought, I'm going to stick around Adams, Cow, get a check, get some points, and then, take me up north for the next 3. And I just never got a big bite. Like the first day I caught 20-some bass. Second day I caught 20-some bass, and I just never got any quality bites.
Were you around other anglers that did good?
There was a few guys around me that caught 1 or 2 big fish, but I mean, a 2-pounder was extremely hard to come by, and I just luck of the draw and never flipped my bait in front of one.
Yeah.
A big bite, make your whole tournament here. I mean, like day 1 I had right at 9 pounds, but I had a 4.5. Without that, you got 5.5 pounds, and yesterday I had 8 pounds, or right at 8 with a 3-something. You take that away, you got 5 pounds.
Yeah, that's what I carried to the cut. I caught a 2.5 the first day and a 3 the second day. Without that, I'm not in there. And a lot of people did good over there where I fished. Whether you're getting outfished or it's timing or a bait difference, it's just, I don't want to call it luck, you know what I mean? It's just timing on little stretches that guys have done really good. And they figured out, obviously, in practice, too. Your brother fished over there with us. I was around him. He didn't make the cut, and then
he had the bites, though. I mean, like he said, he should have had a great day. The second day, he kept losing them. And, these fish pull here. They're not big, but, like, they're so aggressive. He said when he flipped in, they'd eat it. And when he'd set the hook, they'd swim right at the boat.
They do that.
He lost some quality fish. So, I mean, it is a fun place. You do get bites. It's a tricky fishery.
Yeah, we should come back here for every event.
I disagree.
I wouldn't be mad at it.
Let's go up north for all non-events.
Go up there in the winter and go ice fishing.
Yeah, we still catch more than here.
I love the tournaments like this, Corey. I love the grinders when you just have all kinds of options.
It is. It makes it fun. I love a challenge. I love going to new places, and I think that's what makes elite fishermen is being able to go to places like this. And, they're tough. There's a ton of water. There's a ton of places that, you can get back into, tricky little spots. And, guys that do their homework, guys that put the work in, cream always rises to the top. And grinders, I love grinders because those are the ones that you can sneakily do well and pull out a win,
Right. All right, guys, I think we're about to go to a commercial break, so let's wrap this up. Y'all stay tuned. We'll be right back for some more live coverage on the Sabine River.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Dakota Lithium.
Well, guys, welcome back. We're at the Sabine River, and it looks like Brock Mosley's still got a lead on everybody. Everyone's trying to run him down. Clark's right behind him. And do you think that that's going to happen, Lee? What's it going to take?
One bite. Everybody, obviously, is still close, but Clark, one bite. man, this river system is so tight on the weights that one fish can bring you to the top. 1 4 or 5 pounder, and anybody's still in contention. Looks like Clark's got one right there that's going to help as we speak. Let's see what it weighs. It's not a big one, but it's probably going to help him a pretty good bit.
And nobody's ever out of a tournament over here. I mean, 2 or 3 big bites, a lot could change.
Yeah, what time is it right now? It is. I'm wondering if Brock's going to try to run over to Taylor's this late in the day and try to get a bite or two.
Every day he's been leaving here around 10:30, 11 and running over there. So
I don't know if that helped or not. I guess not.
I had a problem, getting them
Looks like
pound and a half, pound and 3/4.
Looks like Cooper last night.
That looks like about the size of the beer bottle he was drinking out of.
I don't even really know the stretch that Clark's fishing. I haven't seen it or got to watch anything, but it looks nice and clean. Looks like he's on a main bayou somewhere. And I've actually been seeing him chunking and winding since we've been on live, more than flipping. Most of the guys were flipping over there. And he might be flipping mainly, but it looks like he's been chunking and winding a little bit too.
Yeah, it looks like he's throwing around a chatterbait or spinnerbait or something like that. Swim jig.
It's pretty looking water that he's fishing.
Yeah, that's beautiful right there where he's at.
Yeah, I ain't seen nothing like that all week.
How far of a run is it from here to where Clark's fishing?
About 45 to 50 minutes, depending on how far up there he's going. If he's where I think he is. That's still not confirmed. Just looking in the background, looks like he's upper Hildebrand or upper Taylor's, one of the two. So I was over there, and I never saw Clark. So he's further up than I was in either arm.
Got that jig out, it looks like. Trying to get a big one.
Clark is old school, easy going, taking his time.
Man, he's one of the good guys.
Yep.
No doubt.
Doesn't get bothered, doesn't get in a rush, just cool as can be. Brian knew it already made 10 casts since he caught that fish. And Clark's just...
And hit 2 other spots.
I was about to say, and ran out and ran back in.
And fell down. Clark's just easy, even killed. He's going to put some good ones in the box here, I think. Sounds like he thinks they're starting to bite again, or he's hitting a good little stretch, it sounds like.
Every day from like 11 to 2, like I was always sitting on one fish at like 11:30, 12 o'clock. And then from 12 to 3, I would catch a lemon and a big one each day, Well, not the second day, but I felt like they bit real good around midday.
Yeah, no, there was definitely bite windows.
Yeah.
Whether it was tide related, just timing or boat pressure, whatever it is. They bit good early and then late, like you're saying. Especially over there, I talked to Matt Herron. Matt Herron did get over there around me, and there were bite windows. Especially that second and third day, he said they bit really good for him that last hour.
Mm-hmm. I was catching a lot of fish on buzz baits in the middle of the day, but I couldn't do it in the morning. But I felt like later in the day they'd set up in them little shade pockets real good. And,
right.
And set up right.
It's funny you say that because every morning I catch a limit quick on a buzzbait.
Really?
Yep.
I caught little ones in the morning, but I go do it at like 1 o'clock the rest of the day, and you don't get many bites, but when you get a bite, it's one of them big fish that you need.
Looks like his bank's just got that bank grass and green reeds, flat reeds, and
it all looks the same.
Yep.
Looks like you could go down that stretch for miles.
Oh, I fished over there in practice literally for 4 or 5 miles, and you wouldn't get a bite, and then you'd get 8 bites in one little section. But then you go back in the tournament, and you wouldn't get a bite there. I don't know if the fish move around or what.
You got to move up and down in canals with the bait. That's kind of how it is around the house.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be in one, key little areas.
A lot of stuff over there got dirty with that big storm we had during practice, but it was clearing up. Patrick did get over there. Me and him talked a little bit just about how the water conditions were changing every day. But it looks nice and clean where he's at. that was the most boats I've ever seen over there was this tournament, by far.
You ruined it.
I think it was, the 3 systems in Houston weren't that good this time, and the Natchez was too high. It wasn't that good, and Upper Sabine wasn't good. That's why we saw so many people go over there. We really only had two players this week for the most part. Now you see Poche's up in the sand pits, up the Natchez, but a lot of that wasn't accessible because of that barge in the water. So
Yeah, he must have found a way around it, because I tried to get back there and they had a barge across the canal, but Natchez was all high and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't really, I couldn't get it going. I never went to Taylor's or nothing like that.
So we hadn't seen Brock in a minute. I'm wondering if he's running at Taylor's. Like I said, that'd be interesting for him to go over there with. I don't think anybody's in the top 10 in his little section. Me and him fish the same section every day.
You think there's enough fish left there for him to get 1 or 2 key bites?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, everybody's got them every day.
I think he's been culling once or twice every time he runs the Taylor's.
We ran over there yesterday and nothing helped him. He got like 7 or 8 pound-and-a-halfers that didn't help, he said, but the day before he culled twice over there.
I would have done horrible things for those pound-and-a-halfers.
Oh, my gosh, yes. You see guys like Clark, old school, slow, consistent. He's just taking his time. And then you saw Larry Nixon do good over there in the section I was in. Same thing, very slow and methodical with his presentation, not getting in a hurry. You see, me, I was. I think you could just fish by these fish so easy, just because they could be on one lily pad, one patch of hyacinths, one reed, one anything. You just never know where they're going to be.
Oh, that's a fact. I mean, if you miss it by 6 inches, you won't get a bite, but when you put it in front of one, they definitely let you know they're there.
Here's Brock. Nope, he's still on the main.
Grinding it out.
Looks like he's going to grind it out in the Sabine, which is probably a good idea.
There you got one.
Little guy. That's about the size of the ones I was catching all week.
Put him on the board. So Brock's been second place multiple times. What do you see this doing for Brock's career if he wins today?
Man, like we were talking about earlier, he deserves it. He works hard. He's one of those guys that, he puts full days in practice, and, he's just a straight up good dude. He's a guy that you root for, you want to see him winning, and I think it's going to do nothing but boost his confidence going into the northern swing.
Yep.
That's
For sure.
I mean, we don't want that, but
And Brock's a very good fisherman.
Yeah, I think Brock got second at St. Clair.
I think he got second at St. Lawrence.
And
too.
the St. Lawrence.
How many seconds did he have?
He's had, I
Good
don't know.
bit.
I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's like.
So those 2 seconds were before we got on the elites, and he's had multiple since then.
Yeah.
So he's probably had 4 or 5 seconds.
He's due for one.
Looks like he's retying, just making sure everything's good. You got so many barnacles and crabs and stuff. You had to retie a bunch here.
It's like he's tying on that power shot. That's something that's getting pretty popular now, flipping. These fish get so much pressure everywhere we go now. Something just a little bit different.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you, I appreciate it.
5 second places in the elites is what I just heard. Is
Wow.
what Brock has. That's a lot.
No doubt. He's definitely due for one. Looking at bass track, like Maddie Wong said, he having a good tournament. He had a big day. Was it day 2?
Yeah, that's good for Matty. I think he
Oh,
only
yeah.
had 5 or 6 pounds the first day and then caught a big giant
had a
bag
really
and jumped
big
back
bag.
in.
Man, a 5-pounder, I mean, for any of these guys, in the top 4 or 5, I mean,
I know Clifford Perch got that 5.8 just within eyesight of where Brock's at right now. So there's some big ones right in that section. Obviously, he's winning the tournament right there, but anybody in that section can catch a 5-pounder and jump in front of Brock.
And I mean, Bass Track's just an estimated weight too. I mean, Clark sandbags.
Oh yeah.
Clark always got a little more than what he shows.
Yeah.
I learned that.
Yeah, Brock's usually pretty accurate.
So right now we got Brock sitting at 42.10. We got Clark at 40.7. Maddie Wong 38.1. So I mean, any one of these guys. Poche's only got 4 fish today, and he's at 36.11.
Yeah, so
Poche catch a 4 or 5 pounder, shake things up. He'll be up there.
yeah, it's tight. The problem with Clark is he's got his top already. He's already got 11 pounds, so he's gonna have to catch a big one. Somebody's gonna get a bite to change the day in the next couple hours. Good event for Maddie, man. He's had a pretty tough year and bounced back on that second day and has a shot to win this thing.
Maddie was over there in Taylor's with you, Lee?
No. I mean, he might have went over there the first day, but I never saw him. I know he caught him here the second day with Brock, or where Brock caught him in that same section. I don't know what he did the first day.
Man, there's just so much structure out here to fish. It's endless.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and they'll get on anything. They'll get on barges. They'll get on grass. They'll get on anything hard. It's.
You find it changes day to day, like depending on the tide that the fish are going to set up on grass or on wood or on a barge or something like that. Is that patternable?
I would ask Logan that question. He knows it more than I do.
I mean, I think it changes, with the hour. I mean, I'll be going down the bank and
Good morning, boys. How's it going? Or wait, we're in the afternoon already. It's officially afternoon. You guys can hear me, but she's a grind. Oh yeah, that was a big one, man. In practice, we actually had the opposite of what we have now, and we had a low tide at this time, and so like it was pretty disheartening because you'd go through areas that looked good, but because of the tide, those fish just weren't up feeding. It was low and it just wasn't happening. And like we have a small swing right now, and during practice we had a big fall, or a big rise, which technically, yeah, in those small little feeding windows where you have a lot of water movement, yeah, those fish are going to feed up. But right now it's a little bit more stable on the higher end of things. I think those fish kind of settle in a little bit better to their shallow water haunts, at least, to like cover and whatnot. But yeah, it definitely made it difficult because you're trying to like pick areas that, like I fished areas that I looked at in low tide, and it looked good for high tide, so I didn't touch it. I didn't even go back to fish a stretch. And day 2, when I had that big bag, I went back and I fished this stretch of trees on the way out of the river because the tide was high and the current was going, and sure enough was able to put a nice 2-pounder in the boat on a stretch of trees that I never even fished. It just looked good. So it's definitely a trip when you're trying to prep for a derb that's tidally influenced. You got to almost do your research in a way where, like, where do you think that they're gonna go and feed? Like, where do you think? That's Gonzo's. Versus, you know, some things that you think, okay, well, they're not eating here right now. Like, there's no fish here, and just writing it off. And maybe that's what a lot of guys did, is they'll fish like certain stretches or certain areas during low tide, didn't get bit, wrote it off in the tournament, went back to the areas that they got bit on the high tide. But since we had kind of a flip-flop deal, it made it tough. It made it hard, because you're just like, it's like you got to put blind confidence in certain areas that you think that will work out. And, you know, this place reminds me a lot of the Delta, and I think that's why I love it. Like, I didn't think I was going to start loving it, but man, after this week, I actually really like this place. But it reminds me a lot like the Delta, where you gotta fish through a lot of areas, a lot of water, but when you find little honey holes, little stretches, key stretches, you can just boom, 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 stay on that stretch. That was something that I learned, you know, where if the tide's moving and it's going, you can literally turn around on a 50 to 100 yard stretch and fish that thing and catch a fish every single time. And that was a really important lesson for me, you know, getting more into tournament bass angling is, you know, because I would think that, oh, once you go down a stretch once, it's like you probably spooked out all the fish. No, man. Those fish are there to feed, and especially when that tide's right. Those are their feeding windows, and you have to capitalize on it. And you might have to like switch up maybe cadence or a color on a pass, or be able to switch up certain baits just to give them a different look, but those fish are still there.
Yeah, I think Maddie hit that head on. He's talking about bite windows with the tide changes, and you know, Logan fishes a lot more tidal stuff than I do, but that's exactly what's going on. You'll see these guys catching them in little bitty spurts. It's when those tides are changing or pulling or pushing hard, and he hit that right on.
He's absolutely right about that. You know, you can go down a stretch on low tide that's not good on low tide, but high tide you can come back and catch some fish on it. You know, he's absolutely right about that one. But going back to what we was talking about, you know, I think about an hour the fish, you know, will pull out, pull up. You know, talking about if they get on like a mad, real shallow, or out on a point. You know, on the river system, I feel like you just kind of got to fish everything, like in front of you.
Yeah, we saw a lot of guys catch them. When I say this section, I'm not talking about this stretch, but that section of the river on all kinds of stuff. Eelgrass, hydrilla. You caught some off of the sides of barges. Logan, I caught him in the very back of a drain on a tidal current rip the second day. I caught 8 pounds in 30 minutes on one cast deal. That was total, you know, current related. So you see these little stretches playing. Like Maddie just said, you know, if they're up there, they're going to bite. Whatever you throw up there, they're going to show themselves. And it's timing and area, obviously, too.
Yeah, I mean, I'd go down a barge and throw a square bill or chatterbait down the barge, and then get back on the bank and flip in a mat or fish a piece of wood and go back out, you know, fish something deep. And
oh, looks like he set the hook right there. Little guy. But it's a bite.
Sabine special.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I didn't know where Maddie was. He is not where I thought he was.
The current got him pushed here, and I doubt they're all the way down it. Like where Chad's at, I doubt they're there. And if there is, there's probably not many.
Hunter having him another good tournament. Looks like he is punching or flipping right here.
Yeah, a lot of those little mats like that, you know, with the high tide, the fish would get under them. You know, it's a great way to catch a big one on a river system. You know, I was doing a lot of that this week. Any little green mat I'd come up to, I'd definitely flip it. You never want to pass one up.
Yeah, Hunter's one of the best, shallow power that he loves to flip and stuff like that. You see him and his brother flipping and punching a bunch, so it's right in his wheelhouse. This type of fishing, whether it's mat or grass or pads, you could do it all here.
Yeah, I like watching Hunter fish. He fishes real shallow like us. He's good at it. But on a tough system like this, you know, you had a lot of guys run, but I felt like you run by a lot of fish. You know, I mean, I didn't see no more fish up to Nature's than I did here. So, in my mind, I just tried to make the most of my time and grind it out. You know, I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
So Hunter caught that bag within eyesight of where we're sitting the first day. I mean, you didn't have to run, but as an angler, you think, you know, grass is always greener somewhere else, so we want to run and find this magical stretch somewhere else. So that's just part of it. And that was, you know, I made the cut, but I'm disappointed with my tournament, and it was because I ran around too much. I ran around trying to hit stretches instead of just fishing like we're talking about. These guys that are just fishing in the right areas are doing good.
And that seems to be, you know, one of the keys here is getting an area where there's fish or better quality size, put the trolling motor down and just grind her out. And those seem to be the guys that are doing pretty well.
That's right, and we're going to take another commercial break, and we'll come back and see who's going to win on the Sabine River. We'll see y'all in a minute.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Dakota Lithium.
Welcome back to Live Mix. Sabine River, Orange, Texas. We'll get into the winding down phase of this event. I'm sitting here with Brian New and Austin Felix. And we were just talking that sometimes, every day, now I know this more than you guys, if it didn't happen to you, because I've been watching it every day. About this time, there's somebody catches what we would call a big one.
Yeah.
In this deal, anywhere from 3 to 4, and yesterday was a 5.8 or 5 something with Clifford Perch, and this is kind of the witching hour. And if that happens today in this top 3, then it's going to make a big change in all of this. And I kind of feel like, so we're sitting right now, it's 12. We're getting, as we get closer to 1:30, those guys over there in Taylor's and Hildebrandt and Netches, they got to be coming back. Now this side over here, the Sabine side, Clifford Perch actually caught that big fish. So, you know, one of the tenets that I see in this tournament is this Brock has started here the last couple of days, taking advantage of the bite window here and then going to Taylor's. He stayed over here today, and I think he stayed over here yesterday. He may think that he has enough. And I'm quite certain that, well, he just caught another one. And we'll see what it is.
Looks like he gained 10 ounces.
Yeah, he caught close to a 2-pounder to knock out that 1.7 that he had. So he's bumped his, you know, every ounce is going to matter.
Oh, yeah.
But he's still, Wendlandt's 2 pounds, 7 ounces behind him, and he's got a couple of those 1-pound range fish that if he catches a 3-pounder, then this thing's knotted, right? But from an unofficial standpoint.
Yeah, a 3-pounder here is like a 5-pounder anywhere else. A 3.5 to 4-pounder is like a 8-pounder anywhere else. It's a rare deal. They are here, but it is rare, and there's been a few of them caught this week, but they make a difference for sure.
Yeah, and they will. The 2-pounders are going to make a difference. I mean, truthfully, if Wendlandt was to go through a place and catch a couple of 2.5s, then he makes up a 1.7 pound, you know, real quick. And the same with Maddie Wong. Maddie's really a long way out comparatively. If you're talking about a 4.13, then that's what you're telling me is that's an 8-pounder anywhere else. So, I mean, but he could he catches another one of those and backs it up with a 2.5. Sometimes these things come in these little flurries. I've seen y'all fishing for 4 days now. It's not like, you pick one off, and that's the majority of the time. But every once in a while, you pick one off, and then there's another one, and then there's another one. So you just never know how they're going to come.
Yeah, that's just the trait of tidal fishery in general. There's bite windows where once that current hits whatever the right speed or right level, they'll go to snapping, and that's when you want to be in the best area you got, because that's the way it goes. I noticed it first 3 days of the event. It seemed like from 1 o'clock till check-in is when you want to be in your best area, and you make a couple key calls at least by the end of the day that really would bump you up after what seemed like a struggle all mid-morning to afternoon.
Right.
Yeah, for me, it was like I would get a couple bites each morning, and then it was a really long time without anything, and then I'd hit a little flurry. The second day, I caught one. Like 2 hours later, I caught my second one. 2 hours later, I caught my third one. Then I got on a little roll and caught like 10 or 15 really quick, and, that was my weight.
So what are the things that I want to ask both of y'all? Each own blue trophies. You've been at this point of time of the day in your individual events, and of course you kind of put yours together late. You just kind of stayed on a steady. But at what point, you got 2 hours left, when do you start panicking, or when do you start feeling like, I got this? When do you start feeling, what's going through Brock Mosley, Clark Wendlandt mind right now? As part, not just I got to catch the next fish. I'm talking about the demons that start. Have I done enough? Or I gotta. What's happening out there? Mentally?
It really depends on how they're thinking and if they have a continuation of the plan that they're going on. If they've run out of ideas, or if they have a next location, a next spot, or if they know that they can go back somewhere later on the tide that's going to give them confidence still. The first day of this event, I had 4 fish with 10 minutes left, but I knew I had more stuff to hit that I thought had the potential to catch fish. So I was never really felt out of it. I felt like there was still an opportunity. It's when you run out of ideas, altitude, and airspeed that things start to spin inside your head, and then you can start worrying about it. I think Brock's probably got plenty of stuff to fish. He stayed close this week. He knows how many fish have been dumped here the last couple of days and the last few weeks and months. So I think he's had enough second places. He's been close enough that I think he can probably pull this one off. Or it's not going to be a mental issue that gets in his way.
Clark. Ooh, that was a big one. Clark don't usually get upset like that, does he?
No, he's typically level-headed.
Did it break? Looks like it.
It does.
That's the weird thing about this place. You're kind of power fishing, but you have to downsize all your tackle so much because the general size of the fish is just
so
smaller.
Small, and they're so shallow.
So if you use the normal stuff you're used to power fishing, you're going to be sending them to the other side of the bank and losing lots of those pound and a half, 2 pound fish that are really critical here. So it's kind of weird to balance that light tackle while still power fishing, river fishing, and it's interesting.
Yeah, it is. And, that's something like I remembered from the last time we were here in 21. You barely set the hook and a 12-incher would come flying over your shoulder and come off in the air. And so, I really tried to fine-tune that before we come out here. And I kind of, I didn't have that problem this week. You'd still get them coming flying at you, but I actually hooked them. I got the right hook and rod and line combination. And
the thing that I am, would be curious if I'm sitting in, love to know how Clark is going to rebound from this. What's going through his mind right now? I got to put this behind me, etc. It's a positive deal. Fish just bit right here. I'm in an area. I'm in a zone. Or you guys. I know you fished up in here, Brian. Did you fish over in this area too?
Where is he, in Taylor's?
He's in Hildebrandt's.
No, I stayed close here this whole week. I never went past Cow.
So, everything looks the same. How do you dial into, I know where I can go, you know, if all the stars and moons line up, I can catch a 5-pounder. Is that just everywhere up and down that bank?
There's definitely different stuff. Like Clark's been going way up. He's been going way up both sides, and I think he's kind of settled up. When I say both sides, I mean the Taylor Fork is to the left, and then the Hildebrandt's to the right. And I know the first 2 days he went way up both of them. Because my farthest point that I went in both of them, I seen him either running up or running down. And I actually started working, you know, just because it was fresh water, I started working my way a little farther yesterday, and I kind of run into Clark. And the water up there is, not the water, but the water is cleaner than it is where I've been fishing on farther down the Hildebrandt. But, you know, what you have to fish is a little bit different. You know, up where he's at, you don't really have the pads. It's just basically riverbank. You know, you got some reeds and a little bit of gator grass here and there, and that's really about it. A little wood here and there. But on farther back down, you know, the pads, you got a lot of pads, little dollar pads, and some wood, a few docks here and there. And, you know, a little turn, a little point, just a little nook in a bank. I mean, something that's a 2-foot nook into the bank that would be a current break, something like that. Maybe it's a little deeper. Maybe his side's got shade. I mean, there's so many different little things that I'm sure he's keyed into throughout the week.
But the current hasn't been a big factor in that Hildebrandt.
It hasn't, and I don't know. So I was under the impression all week that, you know, it has a saltwater lock. So I was under the impression that it was not affected by the tide. But I did notice throughout now the level didn't change a whole lot all week, but you would see the water going one way or going the other way.
When somebody goes
it was
through
almost, I don't know the answer to it. I mean, but it wasn't just for a few minutes.
Right.
So like the first day, it seemed like the water was backing up. The last day of practice over on the Taylor side, there was a lot of duckweed pushed up against the bank. And then the first day of the tournament, it was all out away from the bank, and the water was back flowing. So I don't know if there was more water coming in than they were letting out, or if it was, you know, creating that, or if it was from the tide. I guess that's a little, you know, ignorance on my side for not knowing.
I think that there's a lot to that there's these weird fluctuations in that area. And, you know, I think we mentioned yesterday the possibility that the lock stayed open all day, and I got a couple texts saying, no, it didn't.
No, it definitely didn't stay open.
And so, I mean, you know, who knows? I mean, you know, you get these different things, and the tide shouldn't affect it with the lock in there.
It shouldn't, but there's another deal over there.
If it's a true salt block, then it shouldn't affect it, right?
And that's the impression I was under, but no, it only takes them less than a minute to open it. And it's typically, it's really not a lock. It's just a gate. It's a one gate. It opens and you go through. It's not a gate that you go through, they close it, and then they fill it up and open the other one. It's not an actual lock. It's just a saltwater barrier, I guess.
I forget who was here yesterday, but they were talking about there being 2 and 3 footers in that lock when they left. The water moving so much.
So you know, you can run through that lock. I stopped and talked to the lockmaster or saltwater barrier, whatever we want to call it, during practice. He said, no, if it's open, you run it. And of course, we want to do everything as quick as possible. So I would run, and if it's closed, and when he hears me coming around the corner, he's already opening that door.
I got you.
So I'm slowing down, but trying to stay on plane. Well, yesterday when I got there coming back to weigh in, when he was opening those gates, there was probably a foot, maybe 2 foot difference. So there was a lot more current coming in. And that lock, that lock is fairly narrow. I mean, 3 boats wide tops. And that current's rushing in, and it's waving your boat back and forth. You kind of got to be paying attention and know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. But just no more than that is, and for no longer than it's open, it's not going to impact where Clark is.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, from the lock to the first bridge where the boat ramp is right at 6 miles, 5.5, 6 miles, and Clark's another 10 to 12,
Right.
15 miles up above there. At least he has been all week.
Right. So you stayed over here in Cal and Adams Bow. Is that what you said, or just Cal?
I spent some time in Cal, and then I spent some time fishing the main river here.
So what Cal Bow has typically played a much bigger role in this tournament than it did this week. What do you expect is going on or went on over in that part of the world?
It seemed like the water was muddier than general, and I think a lot of it just had to do with that long high tide that kind of stalled out during the middle of the day. I'd start in Cal every day and usually could get a few keepers, but after that it really became dead, so I spent less and less time there, with the exception of the mornings as the tournament went on. Yeah, in practice, most of the guys I spoke to, I know Cobb was in there a bunch. You could get bites fishing those little corners and little kickouts and little tiny bays, essentially, that if you run a buzz bait through them, you could get keepers. And it really, really got a lot tougher as the tournament went on.
I got you. Well, I mean, it was one of the things, and don't lose your thought there, Brian, but one of the things is we're here on the exact opposite tide that we need to be on. I mean, the tide's coming up all the
That's always
we
the case.
we never hear right. But if it was a falling and get to a low tide during the middle of the day, or like right now, then that would be best case scenario.
Absolutely. It'd position those fish and pull them out of the grass or pull them out of it'd get them closer to the edge where they're easier to pick off, and just the added current, the stale current is really what kind of shuts them down. They'll just wait until they got something moving.
Which is like right now. It's probably at its highest point. And then it stalls, before it starts going back. Is what I'm told. I have no direct knowledge of that and no tide chart to look at, but I mean, it seems like it does get up and stay up, for what do we got here?
Sabine special.
The Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Championship Sunday rolls on here, getting ever closer to the end of this day when we will decide the most recent champion on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Award that blue trophy. 2.5 hours, a little bit less actually than 2.5 hours fishing time left for the 10 anglers who are left on this day, and it's been Brock Mosley since day number 2. Holding on to that lead, and boy, it's gotten precarious at times here. You could still say that it very much is, because Clark Wendlandt's number there we think may be a little bit low, so it could be closer than indicated there. So it's game on, that is for sure, as it stands right now. Wong, Schryock, and Keith Poche rounding out our top 5. Let's give you a taste of what we have seen today on Championship Sunday with our Toyota Midday Report.
Why don't we do that? As Ron would say, what we're going to do is massage the battle that has taken place. We are not going to start with Alex Wetherill. We're going to start with Kyle Welcher. Kyle Welcher living pretty much in Hildebrandt Bayou all week long, getting it done with a swim jig. And the one thing that's really been missing the last couple days, semifinal Saturday and here on Championship Sunday, is those big early morning bites, really catching a 3 to 4 pounder the first 2 days of this tournament, really in the first 10 casts. Not the case, but yet another solid tournament for your Angler of the Year leader, Kyle Welcher.
Welcher having a fantastic season here, has made each and every cut. It's amazing fishing the same general area as Clark Wendlandt, yet the size and is not comparable to Clark Wendlandt's size that has showed up today.
Back-to-back top 10s for Kyle Welcher in his 2 visits with the Elite Series at the Sabine River, and his first ever top 10 as an Elite Series rookie, Alex Wetherill.
Exactly, and going to throw out an unofficial Mercury move of the tournament during this Toyota midday report. Said me never. First time ever for Alex Wetherill. First day of this tournament, 1 hour in, he ran up the Neches River and said, I am done with this. Did not like what he got to see and went down to Taylor's Bayou and has had a top 10 finish, something he desperately needed after his first few tournaments here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Great finish. Slowed down after being on camera on day 2. Very solid finish for Alex Wetherill, throwing really a frog pretty much all tournament long.
Having a great first day, a superb first day. Fell off the pace a little bit on day number 2 and picked it back up. So other than day number 2, he has had an excellent tournament, putting a series of trying days behind him for now.
Yes.
And over to Keith Poche.
Keith Poche is all eyes on Keith Poche in so many different ways. Keith Poche starting every morning right here and then running to this little cut that leads to a backwater pond. A lot of his work done flipping, but mostly with a frog throughout this tournament.
Stay on, baby, stay on.
The only thing you could tell after day 3 is Keith Poche saying, is there enough fish left in that pond? Well, the answer as of right now is no. Only 4 bass in his live well.
Hadn't had a keeper since 8 o'clock this morning, so it's been very slow for him. Better start today for Hunter Schryock, but he has had a great tournament overall.
Exactly, a great first day. Little bit slower on day 2 for Hunter Schryock, but figuring out these pilings yesterday paid big dividends. Berkeley power tube, 3.5 inches long, very finesse flipping. Fishing right next to our guy, the Sandman, Kenta Kimura. Yet another great finish for Hunter Schryock, saying I am going to live close all week long near the takeoff, and he has done that. He said he has not burned $12 worth of gas in these days and times. Good call by Hunter Schryock.
Schryock with the patience to stay with it throughout the course of this event right here.
Good bag
result.
today.
Huh?
Really good bag today.
Yeah.
Taking a look at that fish right there on a bladed jig. But Ron, I know you talked to Maddie Wong. Dial us in here in this Toyota Midday Report.
Well, he spent earlier in his tournament when he was down in the 55 range after day 1. Spent it north of takeoff in a small oxbow he said he found with, and Brandon Polnick found it also. That's never someone you want to share fish with. Day 2, he catches a 3-pounder and a couple small ones, makes a move in the afternoon to fish this region, not far from takeoff, culls up and has one of the biggest bags of day 2. We saw him have a conversation with Brock Mosley. They're balancing, fishing around each other and rubbing rails the last few days, but been getting it done and, just keeping his options open. Crankbait, buzzbait, pop-ar, whatever he sees fit.
Oh my gosh. This tournament of his 2-year, a little less than 2-year career with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Taking advantage of it and is going to be looking at his best finish so far. Only angler from Hawaii ever to fish the Bassmaster Elite Series, and over to Clark Wendlandt. Certainly one of the legends of bass fishing, a much feared angler out here, and we've seen why.
Exactly right. I was listening to the live mix with the boys, Corey Johnston, Lee Livesey, and the one thing they were pointing out, Logan Latuso as well, how stable colored water Clark Wendlandt is fishing right here, fishing right around the corner from Kyle Welcher. And Kyle said one of the reasons he decided on Hildebrandt Bayou is to get away from tide-affected fish. And the interesting thing, watching Clark Wendlandt today, going at him with a Straight King spinnerbait, I am really struggling on this. It was just a long,
full day report, not a midday report.
Yeah, good one right there for Clark Wendlandt. Couple of his fish today on a 1/2-ounce tungsten Strike King compact jig, but broke off a big one during our break, which could prove costly. We're going to show that here in a minute. Solid day, though, for Clark Wendlandt. Still 1 bite out of it.
And how about the man, Brock Mosley? Since day number 2, this has been all about him. Took over the lead on that day, and he's trying to hang on till the end of today.
Yeah, doing his work with an old school popping style bait, little old school pop-ar. It almost looked like the paint was rubbed off of it, and a 4-inch Senko, whether he was using a little bullet weight, flipping it in Taylor's Bayou, or catching them here, drop shotting. But the interesting thing is how well that little, call it 60 to 80 yard strip reloaded every single day. critical mornings. And what was interesting, after the first 2 days of this tournament, better than average size bass there each morning, semifinal Saturday and today.
Lion's share of his work done early in the morning the past 2 days, and always in his mind, should I go somewhere else? Do I need to go somewhere else? Hard to know. And he's been struggling with that today, I think.
Absolutely, and I think really looking at these last 90 minutes, he is in the driver's seat, obviously. He bunkered in, staying around the takeoff, not making that move like he did every single day into Taylor's. And Clark is about out of time. And really, we talked about this on our FS1 broadcast. Somebody was going to get a decent bite, whether they execute or not. And one of the biggest misses that we have seen was about 20 minutes ago with Clark Wendlandt. We don't know how big it was, but obvious by his reaction that we'll show in a minute, it was a good one. So a missed opportunity for Clark Wendlandt.
It always seems like whether we're at Wendlandt Bay, Sabine River, if you find something near takeoff and can fish for 8 to 9 hours, Tommy, you are still doing work while your competitors are running. We saw that happen for Stetson Blaylock at Wendlandt Bay. Shoot, we saw it last time we were here. Brock deciding to stay close instead of go to Houston. That could play key this afternoon as Wendlandt and some of his closest guys head back. He's still able to maybe make a call to win this thing.
All right, well, let's get back out on the water. Sabine River, this incredible playing field, 200 miles from end to end. But you see very tight concentrations of anglers in very specific places, not unusual, no surprise to anyone. Chad Pipkins, what a great day. Guy from Michigan coming down here and knocking out what still stands as the best 5-fish limit of the tournament.
Stay. Okay, Catherine, what's going on here? Big one, dude, big one. Stay on, baby. Stay. Gosh, stay. Stay, big girl. Come here.
Oh, God.
Come here, get you some of that. Stay with it. Ready? Woo! Yes! Come on! Got him! That is what I'm talking about. Woo! Took a while. To Sabine River. Yeah! Woo! It went finally. Finally! I don't think we need to weigh that one. She should be okay. Man, I hope I catch him, but I hope Brock catches him, because it's one of those, I've had some dang chances. If I'd have put my head together on day 2 and you land everything that bites, you can win some derbies. But we're grinding. That's a good decision. I've been talking on it all day. Woo! Got the heebie-jeebies. That was awesome. I want some for Brian. That's all we had to eat was our red snapper sandwich, baby. Oh, I know what we're doing. The rest of the day, we're sticking on the main river, running these things and grass clumps and whatever.
Absolutely, Brad. I'll tell you what I won't do. I am not licking a Sabine River bass.
No, I'm not going to use it for a washcloth either.
Fool around and find out you do things like that, okay, boss? Good one right there for Chad Pipkins. Look, we're near the end. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
He is going to keep it going. Going to head over to Kenta Khmer also during our break with a little bit slower day today.
Wow, yeah, unexpected. It started off gangbusters in this tournament on day number 1. It just
all day.
lost his lost the conditions he needed to catch him.
Go get to that other one that we're gonna. Please be keeper. Please be keeper. Maybe not. Probably not. Probably not. Let's see. Touch it. They don't pinch the tail.
Oh.
What do you think?
Right on the line, Kenta.
Right on the line, yeah. Let's keep it for now.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Kenta.
I mean, it doesn't cost any more to keep him for now.
I was going to say, Tommy, if you're in the top 10, you want to win, but Kent is just happy to be here because
he's seeing the scars. I mean,
his day one stuff drying up, like the fact that he was able to adjust and make it.
Well, good one. Yeah. Actually, not a good one right there for Kenta Kamara. But this was probably the most important moment that happened 29 minutes ago with Clark Wendlandt up in Hildebrandt Bayou.
It's that daggum sawgrass.
Do not know the size of that fish, but judging by the reaction from Clark, that you could tell that fish moved a lot of water right there.
Mm.
And on camera has pretty much fished a flawless tournament the last couple days. That is one of the first critical misses, which could end up a huge miss. As you said, Ronnie, if he catches a 3-something, that would do it, possibly.
Yeah, it would pull it within an indiscriminate amount. We wouldn't know, know between the two.
Okay, you ready? Well, it's been pretty tough on me this afternoon. Had a great morning. I feel like I got a chance. I mean, I know I got a chance. I feel like I really need to catch one more nice one, but I'm just gonna take what comes. There's a storm I can hear, so I may give it a few extra minutes to get back. But I hadn't really heard it. I hadn't heard it in a while, so it was thundering for a minute. Now it doesn't seem to be, so probably don't have to worry about that. But only that run that could get bad is Sabine Lake. Sabine Lake probably, I don't know, 8 miles of, pretty open water, and then the wind would have to be coming from a certain direction for it to be bad. I broke one off not long ago, and that one, it felt pretty heavy. I don't know. I didn't see it, but pretty disappointing.
Wendlandt been out here for a good many years, in the world of top-level tournament fishing for a good many years. Davey Height, you know him as well, if not better than anyone else out here. I know that kind of destroyed him a little bit, but how quick is he going to be to shake that off and get what he needs to get done? Or at least do what it takes to get what he needs done?
Yeah, Tommy. I mean, it's got to be heartbreaking for Clark, but he's been around for a long time. I'm sure he's had things like that happen, 100 times. But unfortunately for him, it looked like this was a golden opportunity for Clark Wendlandt to hold a blue trophy over his head and to break a fish off, which like you said, I've known him for a very, very long time. He probably doesn't break 2 fish off a year because he takes care of his line. He uses good line. It's, takes care of all of his equipment really, really well. So it seems so unfortunate. Still got a little bit more time, and who knows, like we mentioned, he is very, very popular or accustomed to underestimating his fish.
Davey, real quick, talking about Brock Mosley, and it's actually how we opened the FS1 broadcast. Granted, he's got 5 second-place finishes, which, don't get me wrong, I mean, he needed that money to continue to stay on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Right now, on the cusp of his first victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series, what is going through his mind right now, besides spinning?
Yeah, see, I mean, Dave and I talked about it a little bit too. I mean, holding a blue trophy over your head means so much. So that is a part of it. But for someone like Brock Mosley at this point of his career, and I've seen his wife here the last couple of days. I saw her this morning at takeoff pushing their 2 little girls around in a stroller. The $100,000 certainly matters to him. So both of those things probably equally as important to Brock Mosley at this point in his career.
Davey, kind of looking at one of the anglers everybody was watching coming into this tournament all the way to right now was Keith Poche. The reason why he runs that boat is 4 bodies of water like this. It's not for when we go north. It's for the Sabine River and places where he can sneak around and get in little hidey holes. Does it surprise you a little bit that really he only had that one bullet, that one pond that he exploited this entire tournament? Because it's almost like we all waited for the next pond with him.
Yeah, it's really amazing to me, Z, because I thought he was just not letting the cat out of the bag, so to speak. I figured he definitely had another place to go to, especially because he has told several people, not me personally, but several people, that he didn't even use his official practice days in this tournament. So I thought, well, he must have more water than he thinks he can fish, because certainly in pre-fish he didn't explore this whole vast, area that they could go to. So it's really surprising to me, especially when I heard that he did not use his practice period. If I only had one pond to fish, I guarantee you I would have used my practice days to try to find another one.
Davey, thank you so much. One quick thought before you leave. What do you think of Brock Mosley deciding not to leave, to kind of stick around? I think it's too late for him to go anywhere now.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's a big thing in tournament fishing. Decisions that you make are the decisions that you live with. Obviously, hindsight's 20/20, and we'll just see. But I don't blame him for staying there. It's been so good for him here close to takeoff.
Absolutely, great stuff all the way through. Davey Height, the great Davey Height, with us down there on location, along with Dave Mercer too, providing some great coverage. And we're getting closer. The clock is ticking ever closer. We're getting down. Well, hour and a half fishing time, maybe something like that for the average angler among our 10, depending on how far away they are. And Brock Mosley hanging on there unofficially, a 2.5-pound lead, but we think it may be a good bit less than that. Ahead of Clark Wendlandt, Maddie Wong, Hunter Schryock, and Keith Poche. All these 10 guys going to leave nothing on the table. They're going to give it their all in the final hour and a half.
One of the most amazing things about this classic is the fishing freaks that showed up here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Look at that crowd. It is for the fans.
Blast off, there's all the media, the fans, family, you're in that moment.
A new all-time attendance record for the Bassmaster Classic this week in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I think everybody that shows up to the Classic wants to feel a little bit of what we are feeling.
When they open that door and pull you into that Coliseum, the adrenaline rush of that, it's insane.
All the records set here in Knoxville in 2019 have been reset here again.
6 pounds, 13 ounces! Gussie gets it done! And oh, Canada, you have a Bassmaster Classic champion!
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Dakota Lithium.
Couple hours till weigh-in time, check-in time, and then weigh-in starts shortly after that. He's making his way to to be part of the crowd, just to feel wanted, to feel accepted into the community. We all want that.
Yep,
we all want that. Of course, depending on your run time, you will have to wrap it up a little earlier here, not too far away for some of our anglers. A lot of them just right around the corner.
Exactly, a little bit of a storm in our area. If you didn't get to tune into the FS1 broadcast, 6 of our top 10 anglers today staying within really 2 miles of our takeoff there in Orange, Texas. And you could see in the background, over to your right, Keith Poche, I believe that is, and got some Alex Wetherill, Clark Wendlandt, Kyle Welch out in the distance. Take a look at some of our anglers live right now fishing around the takeoff. That is the most wind we have seen in 4 days.
No kidding, and it ain't a lot, but it's something.
Suit, you said that storm Clark Wendlandt was worried about?
He'd have to run through it. It's in Sabine Lake now. We're getting the upper end of maybe a little rain and wind out of it where these guys are at, but he'd have to run through it to get back. Same with Poche and Wetherill and Melcher.
Brock Mosley with the 2-pound plus, we think, advantage over Clark Wendlandt at this point. Clark Wendlandt has not had a keeper for 4 hours, but the one he had 4 hours ago was the headline fish of the day, without a doubt, the 4-pound plus.
Wendlandt's trying to change the theme of the elite season. You know, he was the oldest angler of the year a couple years ago at 54. He would be on our top 5 list of oldest elite angler to win, with a win.
Oh, wow.
And this season, you know, Rivette's under 30s, 28, and Cifuentes. Gussie's our oldest winner this year at 40.
Mosley's last upgrade was a little under an hour ago. Every ounce can be huge here, has the potential.
Yeah, even though that was a small upgrade, I think I do feel it was just going off of yesterday when he ran to Taylor's to try to upgrade. He actually did quite a bit of fishing in Hildebrandt too, which we had not seen him in the first 2 days of this tournament, but he did not make really any noise when he left yesterday, so.
You'd like to call to stay?
Just safer play.
Yeah.
You know, I know he knows, because he told me, I know he knows where Drew Benton crushed him yesterday, but that was a healthy run, and he'd have been playing with fire, man.
Absolutely. There's hazard.
Yep.
Out there for sure. Congrats to our lone rookie in the field here. First time he's laid eyes on this place. Man, oh man, great job by him.
And he has laid down the frog. He has pretty much frogged this entire tournament. Getting it done today, flipping.
Rat.
Alex from Connecticut. One of 2
Got that
anglers
right
from
away
Connecticut.
though. Got that right away as soon as we got some deeper water.
So Ronnie, you said you covered Alex
Need a
in the opens, correct?
Yes.
Is he a smallmouth hammer?
I really believe so in nature.
Okay.
But he hasn't really done. He hasn't done terrible in those Tidal places, the Chesapeakes, the Jameses. You know, in the Northern Opens, he's done fine on those as well. It's not like he's overwhelmingly used his smallmouth to. Like he's survived on these. He's like Greg DePalma. Greg DePalma fishes really good smallmouth, but he's not bad on Tidal stuff either.
Okay.
Not that Connecticut has it, but when you're in that, you gotta go fish regionals, Potomac, places
He's
like
not
that.
going there not knowing what.
No, he definitely will be. He'll be more apt on Champlain and St. Lawrence, I'd imagine, but St. Clair shouldn't be too crazy different for him.
2010, he was a junior Bassmaster world champion. Won a Bass Nation Divisional in 2015 up in Connecticut.
Really well-spoken young guy. And
he's led a couple opens and had some bad things happen to not win.
he's done well in Florida, like the Harris chain. He led some opens down in the Southern Division back in the day.
Did you say it took 6 years out of the opens to qualify? Is that?
I think
he started, way
yes.
back 2016, I believe.
I'd probably say 4 of those years he fished 2 divisions, and 2 of those years he fished a single division. So.
Will be interesting to see how long Clark pushes it where he's at. What time do they have to check in?
3.
Right at
Central.
3. Okay.
3 Central.
Let's go.
He said he might want to give a little bit more time because of that storm. We have to run around it or through it.
Wonder if Maddie Robertson, being 8 pounds 9 ounces behind the leader, is second guessing not going out and snapper and tuna fishing today.
They definitely have the size fact. Like he would have made it that ground
I'm just
in a
saying,
hurry.
you know, he was only here for one spot today, he said, so.
While we have a little break in action, we also have a bigger event in our Bassmaster Yamaha Right Waters Kayak Series in Texas going on at Possum Kingdom, not far from the Fort Worth, Dallas metro area.
Right.
Right now it's a half an inch separating first and second. They've got a little bit of a lead over third, but they have what I was told, because they do inches instead of pounds and ounces, that they are approximately, there was a 30-pound bag if we were to convert the inches to, you know, there's a scale.
Yeah.
30-pound bag. So Possum Kingdom fishing well this week for the Yamaha Right Waters folks, and seeing some big mid-20s for inches-wise getting weighed in. Michael Cates and Joe Camarino are first and second. Got a Conway, Arkansas guy, Garrett Morgan, in fifth. Tommy.
Wow.
I'm telling you, like, it's just sitting there. One thing I noticed, these clouds just sit here and rain on you down there, it seems like. I don't know what the deal is. Oh, well, speak of the rain, you want your rain suit? Like, it's right there. Why am I always home when y'all come live?
Again, Brock Mosley's got plenty of prospects for the remainder of the season here. Good smallmouth angler. Learned how to catch smallmouth on Pickwick Lake. Adjacent to Mississippi there.
Yeah, when he looked at the 2023 schedule, Tommy, he said, 3 of these lakes I have finished second on. I'm excited about that, but you really just, you don't want it to happen again.
No. Second on Pickwick in 2021, fishing those bluffs mostly. Well, a lot of people were fishing the tailwater.
Got to be feeling way more comfortable about his classic chances. He moved up 20 spots to 27th in the AOI points with this first place standing. Going the final 3 events outside that cut, you're kind of a little more tense.
You probably good.
Oh, there you go. That's a better than the other one.
Oh, yeah.
It's a pound fish. That's a pounder.
Now you don't have to worry about it.
Yup. Surely number 5. I'll take it.
That's that depth square bill, that kind of design. Caught every bass on that day 1.
He's skinny though. 1 pound.
Might be 1 even, but that's his 3rd biggest fish of the day today, Tommy. And it gets rid of the one that was in doubt. If it was a line burner.
Good call.
What's the penalty for bringing one in short, Rennie?
You lose that fish, and you lose a pound.
Pound?
I think, yeah.
That's a bad penalty. I mean, to
well, because
bring
you're
one
also
in,
under the size limit of the state at time. Like it would be like an
you get a
illegal
ticket if
fish.
somebody pulled
well,
you
I
over.
mean, yeah, but like, yeah. Possessing one under the size limit.
I remember at the Classic watching Max Leatherwood bump board and somebody brought in a small fish.
I have a buddy, will not name him, but in a college event thought the spotted bass needed to be smaller than they were, brought in 5 spots, and 4 of them didn't measure, so he had negative weight for the day.
Oh my gosh.
Who was it, Geddes?
No, it wasn't Geddes.
Sorry.
No. Patrick would have kept him straight on that one. Patrick would have kept him straight on that one.
Do they carry that negativity over to the next event?
Yeah, the next day.
Stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
That
he
is
didn't. He,
good stuff. Love
It's a
Geddes.
deficit of 4 pounds.
No. Brock Mosley hanging in there with the lead, man. A lot of people pulling for him. He's been so close so many times. And Clark Wendlandt, of course, his own legion of followers as well, hoping he can scare up something before it's time to leave that special part of Hildebrandt Bayou that he's fishing in right there. Maddie Wong, Schryock, Poche, and all the rest. Congratulations to all these guys. They got a little more work to be done before this day is over. Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River. We're running down closer and closer to the final hour of fishing here. Our fantastic host city of Orange, Texas. This is a place that everyone needs to see, at least watch one of these tournaments here, because they are fascinating. Fascinating, and this one has been no exception. Maybe the best ever here at the Sabine River. Right now, let's take a look at how it went down on the Sabine River with our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Let's start seniority-wise with Clark Wendlandt.
Why don't we do that? We're going to leave Orange, Texas right there. Great host city, and we're going to make about a 1-hour run into Hildebrandt Bayou, and we're going to get with Clark Wendlandt. And here's the most amazing thing that Clark Wendlandt accomplished in this tournament, making that 1-hour run and just out fishing the competition that was around him. You just see his picture there, but that area, Clark Wendlandt's exact words, was throttled all week long, getting it done with a small compact Strike King spinnerbait, and then backing it up with a lot of very solid catches with a Strike King half-ounce tungsten jig. And the one thing you could say about Clark Wendlandt, he stuck to his game plan, stayed with it, head down. He said the biggest key, covering a 7-mile stretch and then going back and working it over. Great final day for Clark Wendlandt.
Saving his best day for last. He's had over 10 pounds in 3 of the 4 days, day 2 being the only low day for him. But that one bite that you want, Z, that one bite you need to have if you're going to make it, he got it today and put him within range of being able to track down our leaders.
Only Texan representing in the top 10 here.
Surprising.
Our Angler of the Year in 2020, yet surprisingly also the fact that he has never won a Bassmaster Elite Series event before. Wanted this one very, very badly, and that was a big disappointment right there, that miss later in the day.
Exactly right. As the crow flies, we're going to head over the horizon right here, taking a look at Keith Poche. A lot of his work done in this small starting spot. We'd catch a couple of keepers there, but then he would get into this small backwater. That's the canal that leads into a deeper pond just on the east side of Beaumont. Beauty. Keith Poche, the only angler in there all tournament long. And here's the unique thing about that pond. It gets down to 20 feet of water. The other key, Keith Poche made the comment, he said much cooler in there. Water temps in the mid-70s. A lot of fish on a topwater frog, but kind of just seems like by the end of Championship Sunday, ran out of fish for Keith Poche, but a great event nonetheless.
Very, very confident with what he found in pre-practice. Did not fish official practice with us this week. But Hunter Schryock was one who said, when I get into the Sabine River, you can do or die very easy. Tommy, I'm going to stay near the takeoff and maximize, and that's what he did.
Absolutely, and he has had a fantastic tournament. Really, really strong showing each and every day. It fell a little bit off the pace on day number 2, but just solid all the way.
Yeah, great event for Hunter Schryock. A lot of flipping the last 2 days. A Berkeley power tube, 3.5 inches long. Really a lot of his fish the first days, very aggressive reaction baits, bladed jigs the first day. But figuring out this little flipping deal is what saved him on semifinal Saturday and Sunday, right across from Maddie Wong and Brock Mosley. Great event for Hunter Schryock.
Hunter Schryock having a great season, that is for sure, in the top 8 to start this tournament as far as Progressive Angler of the Year points, and he has really gotten it done here. Maddie Wong in his second year, only angler in the Elite Series ever from Hawaii, and he made a good decision based on observation and instinct. He's going to stay here and catch these fish here.
Yeah, Tommy, on day 1, he had 6.5 pounds, was below our projected cut line. Ended up going back to his main area on day 2, caught a good one, but a bunch of small fish, didn't get nearly as many bites, so he made a transition day 2 afternoon, fishing near takeoff right here. When Brock Mosley had already done his work in this area, he came in the afternoon and caught fish. They had a conversation, and over the last 2 days, fishing close together, but most of the time doing something different technique-wise, where they're both able to catch a ton of fish in this region.
And the one thing you have to say is he gave it up to Brock Mosley
100%.
And kind of took seconds. You know, he picked up the seconds that Brock Mosley left. Very, very good backup for Maddie Wong, his best finish ever. But really the story of this tournament is Brock Mosley, just like Hunter Schryock, he had a game plan to utilize within 2 miles of our takeoff and then go to Taylor's Bayou every single day of this tournament, except for Championship Sunday. Most of his work done with a topwater pop-R, old school topwater bait, really beat up and gnarly. And the interesting thing, a very vertical bank, okay? In years past, taking a look at this Humminbird Unlock the Lake, most of our areas around takeoff that played were flat. Whether it was flooded timber, little patches of weeds, not the case this time. More of the industrial side, vertical banks, pipes, very industrial, a lot of barge tie-up areas. Absolutely flawless performance for Brock Mosley.
Absolutely. Those were the key hours, those couple of hours of the past 2 days, the last 2 days of this tournament, and he was mistake-free.
He came into this event, Tommy, after a 2nd and a 12th in previous visits. There's only one goal. I need to win and get the monkey off my back on a place that I've had a lot of success.
That's how it went down at the Sabine. Your Humminbird unlocked the lake.
The Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Championship Sunday and weigh-in coming up in less than 1 hour, well, at least a check-in time coming up in less than 1 hour effectively for some of our anglers. The ones in the foreground there who are farther away have more travel time. The ones you see in the background there are closer to weigh-in time. They can fish for longer than that. So Clark Wendlandt, Kyle Welcher, Alex Wetherill, going to have to wrap it up before too long where they are. We'll get a little rain here and there.
So Poche was already headed back, already up in the Sabine River channel.
I feel like this 2 to 3 o'clock, right when we end to until they check in, there's going to be a catch.
According to Orange, Texas,
that will impact the leaderboard.
Okay,
not just a 12.
Right, quite good in comparison to the weather that we've had this past week. It's been.
They're not doing any audio.
Thanks. Yeah.
Keep on going there.
I am surprised we did not see, this is really the first front that has passed through here that we did not see a bite at all around orange with our anglers.
Yeah, that's kind of.
There's no more fish left.
Well, now hold on a minute. We did make the comment during our midday break. Look, this area within 2 miles of Orange and Hildebrand Bayou, they have both been, I mean,
combed,
drubbed. You know, eventually it needs to take its toll.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like the 4th day of the Easter egg hunt.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And all those painted ones are starting to smell a little funny.
Oh, yeah. That's...
Mosley hooked up.
Get in here. Yes.
Ronnie, you so cool. You sure did. Look at you smiling.
I think it's gonna help.
I'm wrong unless it does cold.
That'll help.
Yeah, it's gonna help. Thank you, Lord.
111 or better.
Let's get up. I got 3 in there the exact same size. Let me get this away from, I think we'll be good.
Three or 4 ounces. Whatever the coal could be, if it does coal, it's huge. Because he hadn't caught one that's made a difference since, what'd you say, 6:45, Tommy?
No, he made a
No,
call
he made a call about an hour ago. Yeah, got a
12,
few ounces
13.
out of that. Yeah.
How many's in there? There's 4.
Whatever it is, he has all solid fish.
Yeah.
Just all, you know, he does not have any need to get rid of.
Did I hit my spot? Yeah. Okay. Pretty sure you're the one I just caught.
Oh, good. Maddie Wong's gonna come fish right to me. With me over here calling.
That's picking.
Green's got to go.
Last one. That's better than green.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Pretty.
We have a winner.
Pretty decent upgrade. White's next, if he does catch another one, I believe.
There she goes. We got good quality. What do you think of that kicker?
A little bit.
Yeah, just a hair. Oh good, he's gonna fish right up to me and he's gonna turn around and go right back in front of me. I mean, not great, but I mean, above average. Not 9. I don't know. I don't know. Get over here, baby. Hey, that one's in the boat. Not a big one. That's a keeper.
So if Brock says he has 9,
We got you.
and let's just say that's
gotta
dead
get those
accurate.
big girls.
Poche needs 12, 1 to tie, and Clark Wendlandt would need
5 a day, 5 a day, 5 a day, 5 a day.
13, 14.
I haven't done that before, so hey, we're
almost
pumped.
a 14-pound
Like I
bag.
said, definitely had some chances, but we still got some time to have some more chances. Thank you, little friend. Everybody likes to bring in 5, right? Come on, battery. A little scale that could. You just gotta go get 1 or 2 of those big ones. Almost a 1-pounder. But, like I said, we officially have limited every day at this mighty Sabine River, which I have not been able to even come close to doing. He bit on the fall. Maybe they're gonna progressively get bigger, maybe. Glad I threw that over there. I was like, man.
These suction count, if you got 19.
These big ones just seem to be.
There you go. You got one. Oh, give me my help. You probably do. All right, now. Close. Come on. I'm pretty sure he's bigger than the other one. Sure, yes. It's up stuck in the half, so surely bigger than him. Oh yeah, upgrade. Ooh, finally, I have to. I can put this Leaderboard back. Oh, I should.
All our 10 have their limits today. Hunter Schryock missed his limit on day number 2, so he'll have 19 total for the tournament. Now we'll look at Clark Wendlandt.
He took it off that. I was hung and I kept shaking it, and I bite it. So but then I had to deal with the fact that I was hung. I don't know if he'd have helped or not. He was about what I got.
Well, it was a heck of a drive today for Clark Wendlandt to catch Brock Mosley. And the power pole replay of the day is actually going to be 2. Lived with a spinnerbait all morning long, and during our midday break, this shot right here from Clark Wendlandt. Yes. Lands that big one out of Hildebrandt Bayou, and kept making the comment, I need one more bite. One more bite for Clark Wendlandt. He knew the pitch count. This was a big one for Clark Wendlandt, and this was a big miss. Breaks that fish off, which possibly, boy, it moved a lot of water. We'll never know.
We'll not. We will not.
That is your power pole replay of the day. That was a very positive, negative power pole replay of the day. It was very, very,
the ugly.
Very high and low.
That first fish gives him a good bag. If he lands that second fish, it gives him a great bag.
Yes.
Well, Brock Mosley hanging in there on top. He called it a hair that he gained. I don't know how many ounces a hair is, but maybe I'm thinking 2, 3, 4, maybe something like that.
1 ounce from the lowest winning weight ever.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Getting close to there. Wow. Record breaking here. For all that, it has been plenty of excitement today. We got a little time left in our broadcast. We'll be right back with that for you.
The Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Little more than an hour left until check-in time for our 10 anglers out here on Championship Sunday at the Folds of Honor Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. What a great tournament we have seen over the course of all 4 days here. We have caught them so well. The sizes have not been giant, but boy, the competition has been keen. Absolutely.
Really interesting, every different story that we've had in the 5 Bassmaster Elite Series tournaments that we have had here on the Sabine River. It is always, by the end of it, you're like, wow, that was a pretty darn good event.
That's a good one, too. If you ever get time to watch it, it's called Twinsters. 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 Oh, there we go. Yes, that will help.
Oh my goodness, that's good.
That
gonna make the team.
You for sure gonna make the team.
Taking you live.
Ow! Oh, dude. Yes. Yes. There you go, folks. Hopefully a high 1, maybe a 2. But either way, it's definitely gonna make the team. Let's see. Man, my hands are so shot. Okay, get your jump in. Okay, there's your jump. Oh yeah. 1.75 pounds. Okay, number 2. Sayonara. Oh, not number 1. Darn. Oops. Okay, so it's number 2 is out. Okay.
That's Maddie Wong.
How's that for a
second
call?
biggest
Yep.
single
I'll take
day
it.
limit in the tournament. Next
Okay,
to
buddy. I'll get
Chad
you back
Bipkins. 14-17.
See ya.
Day 1. He
Thank
did
you.
his on day 2.
Wonderful. Sweet.
So what should I put that in?
I don't know, 1.5.
Okay.
Should be fair.
That'll do something.
I wanted to chew. There we go. One, 3. Let's see if you're gonna help the 1-3. Talk about that window, man. Like I said, that's what, 3, almost 4 casts right away. Got to get back in there quick. Gotta weigh this one and see if she makes the team or not. Has the frame to make the team, but I'm number 4. Let's just take a look. Balance beam one real quick. Number 4. Uh-oh. Snuzzle. Ah. Come on, come on. Yep, not gonna help the team. Gotta get back in there, see.
Now we're doing something.
Tommy, we're going to leave them biting. What do you
Yep,
say?
that's the way it works.
It was awesome being with you guys in the studio again. It turned out to be as many fish catches as we've seen this season.
Just about.
Not the biggest ones, but definitely a great tournament here in Orange, Texas, Sabine River.
Great competition all the way through. Great bunch of guys, diverse bunch in the top 10. And to everyone who competed here. Man, oh man, just made it fun.
Yep, and if Brock Mosley pulls off his first victory, the game plan that he had, he got to tell us that exact game plan on Wednesday evening. He perfected it to a T. All around great performance, and besides not going to Taylor's Bayou, Brock Mosley absolutely stuck to the same game plan every single day.
Really capitalized on those super productive hours at the start of the last 3 days and just got it done. Clark Wendlandt, valiant effort so far. Maybe he can find something before this day is over.
Absolutely. One of the good dudes on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Hope he kind of holds that true. We're going to be unbiased. Never mind. But I'm going to tell you that Yeti.
You picked the field.
Ripping.
You did not pick Brock this morning. You picked
What's
the
that?
field. You picked the field.
I did not. You're so. Give me a break yourself.
You're so full.
In an hour, everyone has to be checked in, and that's when the weigh-in will commence right here on Bassmaster.com. Once again, thanks to everyone who made this a great event. The people down here in Orange, Texas are fantastic, and we appreciate them each and every time around. We will see you next time.